Chapter 859. A ray of sword energy flashed. The black-robed man's expression had suddenly changed drastically when the sword energy appeared, and the profound energy within him instantly surged into his fingers. After that, he swiftly tapped his fingers forward. Vortex finger! As soon as he spoke, a white vortex appeared at the tip of his fingers, and it instantly absorbed Yang Yi's sword energy. In next to no time, the white vortex expanded larger and larger, and then it exploded apart 2 breaths of time later. A powerful wave of energy swept out swiftly in a circle, and the black-robed man suffered the brunt of it. He was instantly blasted over 3 kilometers away before finally smashing against a huge mountain, causing even the mountain to tremble violently. A long time later, the black-robed man crawled out from the mountain, and Yang Yi had vanished. Bastard! You're not from the Tao Order, you're from the Ancient Sword School! We were tricked! Bastard! The black-robed man's furious howls resounded through the air. Martial Enlightenment City. Time's up! Kong Lian revealed a strange smile as she stretched out her hand to tap both Fan Li and Fan Meng's foreheads. Both of them instantly woke up from their dazed state. Kong Lian glanced at the two of them, and then her gaze descended onto Fan Meng. I noticed that Yang Yi likes you better, so we'll start with you. Start with me. Fan Li immediately stood in front of Fan Meng and said, Didn't you capture us to threaten Yang Yi? It'll be useless against Yang Yi if you are to harm her. So start with me. Big sister. Fan Meng wanted to say something, but Fan Li suddenly shouted, Shut up! Don't say anything! What a close pair of sisters! Kong Lian walked over to Fan Li and said, Since you want to go first, then you can. When she spoke up to this point, she turned around and gazed at everyone here. From this moment onward, any one of you just has to pay a single energy stone to enjoy yourself with her, and you can do so until Yang Yi arrives. Fan Li's expression changed while Fan Meng's face instantly turned pale instead. She wanted to say something, but Fan Li glared fiercely at her. Clamorous noise instantly resounded from the surroundings when Kong Lian spoke these words, but no one dared to step forward. What a joke! Who would dare to step forward in such a situation? The Tao Order wasn't in existence they could afford to offend, but could they afford to offend the Ancient Sword School? Could they afford to offend Yang Yi? Silence. There was absolutely silence in the surroundings. Kong Lian laughed coldly and said, No one dares? That's fine. Since no one dares, then get some beasts of desire. It didn't take long for over a dozen beasts of desire to be led to the city gates by a white-robed man from the Tao Order. Fan Li clenched her fists tightly, but there was no terror in her eyes. There was only icy coldness and a trace of despair. I wonder how Yang Yi would look when he returns and sees his women being used to death by these beasts of desire. Kong Lian laughed coldly, and then she waved her hand. The beasts of desire immediately pounced at Fan Li. I don't know how I'd look, but I know how you'd look when those beasts of desire are on top of you. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a ray of light flashed. Those beasts of desire were instantly chopped into hundreds of pieces. Yang Yi! Someone exclaimed. Everyone here looked over towards the source of the voice, and they saw Yang Yi walking step by step towards the city gates with a sword chest on his back. Fan Li's body instantly slumped down weakly into Fan Meng's arms when she saw Yang Yi, and her gaze carried a trace of indescribably complicated emotions as she looked at Yang Yi. Kong Lian's eyes narrowed slightly, and her sickle appeared in her grasp. You came at just the right time. Yang Yi shot his gaze towards the city walls, and his right fist was slowly clenched tightly as he gazed at the corpses that hung on the city walls and the 4 others who were kneeling before the city gates. He closed his eyes for a moment, and then he took a deep breath and said, In the end, all of this happened because of me. I, Yang Yi, swear to the heavens that I'll definitely make the Tao Order pay in blood. He had responsibility that couldn't be avoided for the deaths of those disciples from the Ancient Sword School. After all, if he hadn't pretended to be a disciple of the Ancient Sword School, then it wouldn't have been swept into this enmity at all. He was a selfish person, but this time, he truly felt that he owed the ancient sword school too much. Kong Lian spoke in a low voice. There are corpses of my Tao Order's disciples there as well. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, They deserve death. Kong Lian was furious, and she said, Good. Very good. Yang Yi, you really are arrogant and overbearing. Let me see how long more you can stay that way. Yang Yi's left hand moved slightly, and then the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. After that, he placed a Tao rank sword within it. Yang Yi said, The enmity between me and the Tao Order started from Lu Shao. That day, he wanted to kill me. Unfortunately, he failed, and I killed him instead. Your Tao Order wanted to take revenge, so it placed the Hell's Coffin in my path and wanted me to get in myself. I refused and had no choice but to destroy them, and then I killed more members of your Tao Order. Just like that, your Tao Order has been constantly sending more and more disciples to kill me. Each was stronger than the last, but all were killed by me. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi paused for a moment. What I want to say is that if others don't offend me, then I won't offend anyone. But if someone does offend me, then it'll annihilate everyone related to that person. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in the ancient sheath suddenly left its sheath, and a strand of sword energy shot towards Kong Lian. The sword energy was extremely swift like a bolt of lightning, and many weren't even able to see its trajectory clearly. However, it suddenly shattered into pieces when it was less than 6 m away from her. Am not your opponent. Kong Lian laughed with ridicule and moved aside. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. That attack of him contained 10 overlapped heaven rends. However, it had been destroyed. He shot his gaze towards the young man who sat cross-legged before the city gates. At this moment, that young man was standing up slowly, and he was looking at Yang Yi as well. It uses an instant of explosive force, and it was even overlapped. That's a really good sword technique. The young man stood up and walked step by step towards Yang Yi. After he stood up, everyone finally noticed that his legs didn't have any soles. Yang Yi said, You were able to detect the trajectory of my sword energy, and even blast it apart. You can be ranked in the top 3 amongst the experts of the younger generation that I've met. The one stand the tuned were naturally Nether Maiden and in Nanjing. The young man said, Remember that my name is Nankeitu, and am a Tao Order steward. Am ranked at the 9th position amongst the Tao Order stewards. The reason I asked you to remember my name was because it'll be the last enemy in your life. I want remember it. Yang Yi looked the young man in the eyes and said, Because I'm not interested in the names of the dead. Nankeitu gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he grinned. Kong Lian really was correct. You're very overbearing and arrogant. I hadn't intended to waste my breath on you, but allow me to waste my breath for a moment. These souls of mine hadn't been sliced off by someone, it was I who used them to the point they were worn away. I pursued the truth of the martial Tao since I was 7 years old. I strode through the hills and valleys of Pine Prefecture, and I traveled through more than half of it. While I lost the soles of my feet, I comprehended a lot. Amongst them was the laws of speed. I think that I can kill you with a single move. What do you think? The laws. Yang Yi wasn't surprised because had expected it when Nankeitu attacked earlier. After all, Nankeita's speed couldn't be simply described as being swift. Because even the teleportation of the violet mink was probably inferior to his speed. Only the energy of the laws could accomplish such a feat. There were a myriad of laws in the world, and had finally seen another law besides his decay laws and Nether Maiden's laws. Just as Mu Han Han had said, the Tao Order really was just playing with him before this. Because those fellows from before weren't just a little bit inferior when compared to Nankeitu. Nankeitu continued, I'm actually not interested in torturing people. Unfortunately, not only did you kill members of my Tao Order, but you even humiliated my Tao Order. So, my Tao Order will make you die with everlasting regret. My Tao Order has investigated your background and wasn't able to find your family. We only were able to find out that those sisters from the Fan clan seem to be yours. You'll treat them the same way you treated Man Ba earlier, and he'll do it in front of you and countless other disciples of the ancient sword school. Is the laws of speed really that formidable? Yang Yi chuckled and said, Since you're so confident, then why don't we make a bet? What bet? Nankata said. Indeed, that would be a little more interesting. After all, wouldn't it be too boring if I just ended your life like that? Yang Yi said. Well, bet with 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones and the freedom of the sisters from the Fan clan, alright? Nankata said. I have 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones, and the sisters of the Fan clan are in my possession as well. But do you have that many energy stones? Even if you do, what do you possess that's of the same value as those sisters? Yang Yi withdrew a spatial ring that contained 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones, and he said, There are 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones in this spatial ring. I didn't hide its content, so you should be able to detect them. As for the sisters from the Fan clan, how about we do this? You tell me what you want, and I'll see if I have it. Alright? I suddenly realized that those energy stones of yours would be mine if I kill you with just a single move. Nankatu spoke abruptly. As for any other things as the wager, he'll be killing you anyway, so would you even be able to do anything for me then? Yang Yi said. Then tell me what you want to bet on. Nankatu replied. How about we do this? If I incapacitate you with a single move, then you'll kneel from here until you reach my Tao order, and you'll constantly shout I, Yang Yi, was wrong, and my ancient sword school was wrong, alright? Don't worry, the experts of my Tao order will definitely protect you until you kneel your way to the Tao order. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to answer. Alright. Bang! Yang Yi had just finished speaking when everyone saw his figure being blasted flying. However, Nankatu was still standing on the spot. Chapter 860. There was a small hill around 3 kilometers away from the city gates, and everyone watched as Yang Yi's figure smashed against the hill. Bang! The entire hill shook violently, and then it exploded apart and instantly buried Yang Yi. He lost? That insufferably arrogant Yang Yi lost in a single move? Fan Meng and Fan Li were ghastly pale, and their eyes were deathly still. Li Maozhen and Li Qingjia's faces fell. Yang Yi had shown the Li clan great kindness, so they naturally didn't hope that Yang Yi would lose. However, they hadn't imagined that Yang Yi would have actually been unable to even resist Nankita's attack. So he was that weak? Kong Lian laughed coldly. Everyone, that's how weak that insufferably arrogant fellow is. That's how weak the disciples of the ancient sword school are. They are weak like ants before the true geniuses of my Tao order. What a huge disappointment. He isn't weak. But everything is useless before absolute speed. Nankatu turned around and walked towards the city gates, and then he gazed at the corpses of the disciples of the Tao order which Yang Yi had hung on the city walls. Yang Yi was the beginning, but not the end. Ancient sword school, the game has only just begun. I hope you'll be able to afford to play this game. I agree. The game has only just begun. Suddenly, a voice resounded from afar. Nankita's pupils constricted slightly as he turned around and looked towards the distance. It wasn't just him, the others in the surroundings looked over towards the source of the voice, and they saw that Yang Yi had actually stood up there. There was a scarlet-red palm print on Yang Yi's chest, and it caused his chest to sink down. It was a rather horrifying sight. However, Yang Yi was completely alive and well. Huff! Fan Li instantly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Yang Yi still alive, and she hugged Fan Meng tightly. This time, it wasn't just Fan Meng who cried, even Fan Li's eyes flickered with the glow of tears. Li Maozhen and Li Qingyi heaved sighs of relief as well. After all, they truly didn't wish to see Yang Yi die. I knew it. How could he have died so easily? Hee hee, now we have a show to watch. Someone muttered softly. We do. But who do you think will win amongst them? It should be Nankatu because he's truly too swift, and it's to the point that Yang Yi will probably be unable to fight back. I think that Yang Yi probably has some sort of trump card. Everyone watched as Yang Yi walked over to a distance of 15 m away from Nankatu, and then he said, You lost! Nankatu gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, "What a strong physical body! Even Six Brothers' body wasn't as strong as yours when he was at the Exalt realm. Needless to say, you've truly surprised me. After all, a sword cultivator actually possesses a body comparable to a half-saint realm demon beast. A body comparable to a half-saint realm demon beast." Clamorous noise resounded in the surroundings when the spectators heard this, and they gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. After all, none of them had ever imagined that Yang Yi's physical body would actually be comparable to a demon beast at the half-saint realm. What did it represent? It represented that Yang Yi only had to use his physical strength to kill Monarch realm experts. He was at the Exalt realm, but possessed the body of a demon beast at the half-saint realm. At this moment, all of them gazed at Yang Yi as if they were looking at a freak. Kong Lian's eyes had shock within them as well. She knew that Yang Yi's body was extremely strong, but she hadn't expected it to actually be comparable to a demon beast at the half-saint realm. In other words, Yang Yi's strength wasn't weaker to her own. Yang Yi said, "You've lost the bet." Nankatu nodded and said, "I have, but I intend to go back on my word." Yang Yi asked, "Are you sure?" "Very sure," Nankatu continued. "Because even if I give those energy stones and those two women to you, you'll still die in a moment. Since it's like that, then why go to all the trouble, right?" Yang Yi asked. "Isn't your speed very swift? Why won't you try another swing of my sword?" Nankatu replied. "Even 10 aren't a problem." Yang Yi nodded. He sheathed his sword, and then drew it swiftly. Wham! A sword howl shot into the clouds and shook the world. It was like it intended to blast the world apart. At the moment that sword howl resounded, Nankatu's expression had changed slightly, and then a huge beam of sword energy was in front of him. However, his speed was extremely swift, and had slapped his palm forward at the exact same instant that the sword energy arrived in front of him. Bang! Along with the sound of an explosion, everyone watched as Nankatu's figure was blasted against the city walls, and it caused the city walls to shake violently while countless arm-thick cracks instantly covered it. "Ha ha! You actually instantly overlapped 20 strands of sword energy. Good! Very good! My ancient sword school has another extraordinary genius who's comparable to Senior Sister Lu. Ha!" Suddenly, roaring laughter resounded from the sky, and then an expanse of light rained down from the sky. All the spectators were astonished by this scene because the light carried sharp-tuned level heaven-rank sword intent. Of course, the most terrifying part was that the light actually enveloped the entire surroundings. What does that disciple of the ancient sword school intend to do? Suddenly, the light shrunk rapidly, and it didn't even take a breath of time for it to shrink into a hair-thin thread of sword energy. The sword energy suddenly turned rapidly in midair and instantly arrived before Kong Lian. Kong Lian was shocked. She hadn't expected this fellow from the ancient sword school would actually target her. So, she was immediately caught off guard. However, her reaction wasn't slow at all, and the black sickle in her hand was flicked up to slash against the sword energy. Bang! The sword energy smashed against the sickle, causing it to tremble violently while the powerful force within the sword energy pushed Kong Lian's figure backwards until her back collided against the city wall. Yang Yi didn't stand by idly while Kong Lian was pushed back, and he immediately pushed his speed to its limits and arrived before Fan Li and Fan Ming. He was about to rescue them when his pupils constricted abruptly, and a black figure suddenly appeared behind him. At the same time, he felt sharp pain come from his back, and he knew that something sharp had stabbed through his back. "Fuck off!" Yang Yi roared furiously as he turned around and smashed his fists forward. But when he did turn around, the black figure still remained behind him like the black figure was his own shadow. At the same time, Yang Yi felt sharp pain come from his back once more. "Shadow! Keep him alive!" Suddenly, Nankita's voice resounded from the side, and then the black figure instantly vanished into thin air behind Yang Yi. "Yang Yi!" Fan Meng exclaimed while tears covered her face. Because there were two injuries which were a few centimeters wide on Yang Yi's back, and they were so deep that the bones within him were visible. "This is what the geniuses of this world are like," Yan Yi chuckled. The black figure was only at the exalt realm, but had pierced through Yang Yi's defenses with such ease. Moreover, it was the same for Nan Keitu. Now, he finally understood why Mu Hanzhan asked him to be wary of the Tao order. "Are you all right?" A man walked over to Yang Yi. The man was around the age of 20, had slanted brows, starry eyes, hair that hung down to his shoulders, and emanated a fierce and sharp aura that surged around him. Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm fine. I'm Qindong, the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword Peak. According to seniority, you should call me senior brother," said the man. "Qindong! He's the arrogant sword, Qindong!" someone exclaimed. "He's that Qindong who dared to talk back to a Saint Realm expert in the past? It should be him. According to rumor, he offended a saint, and he pointed at that saint and retaliated in public that he would only need 20 years to even kill Saint Realm experts. Since that day, the name of the arrogant sword swept throughout the prefecture. I thought he was bragging in the past. But now, his sword intent seemed to be at the tuned level of the heaven rank just now, right?" Yan Yi glanced at Qindong and said. "Thank you for just now." Qindong said. "There's no need for that. You've joined the ancient sword school, so we're a family. As the eldest of the Heavenly Sword Peak, if I don't lend a hand when another disciple of the Heavenly Sword Peak is in trouble, then who will?" Meanwhile, Kong Lian suddenly spoke in a low voice. "How does your ancient sword school intend to play this game?" Qindong glanced at the corpses of the disciples from the ancient sword domain which hung on the city wall, and he said, "If it was up to me, then I would really play with all of you. However, the elders have said that it's a fight between the juniors, and we can't bully the weak. So," when he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "There are 3 geniuses in the Exalt realm within our ancient sword school. The other 2 will take at least 4 hours to get here, so..." Yang Yi asked, "It'll be fine even if I go crazy?" Qindong gazed at Yang Yi for a while, and then he said, "It's fine. It's fine no matter how serious it gets. Not only would it be fine, the crazier the better." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Help me take care of them. Watch out for that black-clothed fellow." Qindong guaranteed, "They'll definitely be fine unless a Saint Realm expert comes." Yang Yi could finally rest at ease, and he walked slowly towards Nankeitu as he said, "You think you're very strong?" Nankeitu replied, "It shouldn't be a problem for me to kill you." Yang Yi nodded. "Then do you know how strong I am?" Nankeitu replied, "Why don't you let me see?" "All right." Yang Yi continued, "Aren't you very swift? Come. Attack me again. Let me see if you're still swift." "As you wish." As soon as Nankeitu spoke, had vanished on the spot. Qindong's eyes instantly narrowed slightly at the same time, and there was a solemn expression in his eyes. Because such speed was capable of posing a severe threat to him. However, a strange scene appeared. Qindong noticed that Nankeitu's speed was actually growing slower and slower. In the end, Nankeitu actually seemed like a walking child, and he was extremely slow. The sword domain. An astounded voice suddenly resounded. Chapter 861. The energy above intent was the energy of the laws, and the energy above the laws was the domain. The reason that the domain surpassed intent and the laws was because a domain could allow the world within the scope of one's domain to surpass the world that one resides in. In other words, it formed a world of its own. The energy of domains could suppress the energy of the laws. Of course, it was not absolute. When Yang Yi fought Nether Maiden that day, he had relied on the sword domain to suppress Nether Maiden's laws of yin and yang. However, his grasp of the sword domain wasn't that comprehensive, so his sword domain had almost been collapsed by her laws of yin and yang. As for Nankeitu, his laws of speed weren't just much weaker to Nether Maiden's laws. His own strength wasn't as formidable as hers. Coupled with the fact that Yang Yi's grasp of the sword domain had far surpassed his ability at that time, Nankita's laws of speed wasn't able to pose any material threat to Yang Ye's sword domain. On the contrary, the laws of speed was completely suppressed by the sword domain. Nankita's speed had dropped to its absolute slowest within the sword domain. At this moment, just taking a single step seemed to take all his strength. At this moment, there was shock in Nankita's eyes. It wasn't just Nankatu. Everyone who knew what was happening had been petrified from the astonishment they felt, and it included Shindong. Because even Lu Weiner hadn't comprehended the sword domain. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. It seemed quite slow in the eyes of others, and even any Exalt Realm cultivator could dodge it with ease. However, Nankatu seemed as if he was frozen on the spot. His eyes were open wide, and he could only watch as it approached him before one of his arms flew off into the air. Yan Yi had utilized space and air to put powerful pressure upon Nankatu and restrain him. Not to mention moving swiftly, Nankatu couldn't even move beneath such pressure. So, at this moment, he didn't even have the ability to resist. Because besides his laws of speed, he wasn't really strong in any other aspect. Nether Maiden had been able to shake his sword domain that day because besides the laws of yin and yang, her strength in all other aspects weren't inferior to Yang Yi at all. So, the sword domain had been able to affect her, yet it couldn't suppress her completely. But how could Nankatu compare to Nether Maiden? Yang Yi walked over to Nankatu. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Nankatu, and then his stomach suddenly started expanding. He was about to detonate himself. Yang Yi wouldn't allow that to happen, of course. His sword domain wasn't invincible. If Nankatu detonated himself within the scope of Yang Yi's sword domain, then Yang Yi would definitely suffer severe backlash. So, Yang Yi immediately smashed his fist against Nankita's chest before Nankatu could detonate himself, and it blasted Nankatu flying for over 1 kilometer before finally crashing to the ground. Nankatu was just about to stand up when a foot stomped on his stomach. Yang Yi looked down at Nankatu and said, "You wanted to play, so I'll play with all of you. To be honest, I'm truly afraid all of you wouldn't be able to afford to play this game." Nankatu stared fixedly at Yang Yi. There was no calmness and composure in his eyes anymore, and there was only shock and unwillingness left within them. Yang Yi's sword moved slightly and rested against Nankita's throat. After that, he looked up into the sky and said, 500,000 extreme-grade energy stones for his life. Will you buy it or not? I'll immediately end him if you say no." A moment of silence ensued before a ray of light tore through the sky, and then a spatial ring appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi took it, and then a cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. "I regret my decision. I'm not selling his life anymore." His hand moved slightly as he spoke, and his sword swept through Nankita's neck. A strand of blood sprayed from Nankita's throat while his eyes opened wide. Had died with everlasting regret. "How dare you!" A furious howl resounded from the sky. The space in the sky shook violently in its wake, and it seemed like the sky would collapse at any moment. It was truly a shocking sight. Yang Yi paid no attention to the owner of the voice. He just waved his hand and placed Nankita's corpse within the ancient sheath. Suddenly, Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he turned around and smashed his fist against the expanse of space behind him. The space there shook before his fist, and then the space there wriggled before a black-clothed figure appeared in front of Yang Yi. The black-clothed man seemed to have never expected that Yang Yi actually noticed him, and his movements stopped slightly. But it didn't take long for him to react, and a cold glow flashed as a dagger tore through space and swept at Yang Yi. Yang Yi suddenly withdrew his fist, and then a Dao rank sword emanated a ray of light as it slashed against the dagger. Bang! The entire expanse of space there shook while the powerful force from it pushed the black-clothed figure back. Meanwhile, a ray of sword energy had arrived in front of him. The black-clothed figure didn't panic at all. He tapped his feet lightly on the ground and immediately stopped moving backward. Next, he flipped his palm, and the dagger in his grasp carried a ray of cold light as it slashed at Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! The sword energy was dispersed, but the black-clothed figure was blasted backwards once more. This time, he vanished into thin air once he stopped himself. However, Yan Yi turned around and swiftly drew his sword once more, and then a ray of sword energy flashed again. The sword energy hit nothing. Meanwhile, space wriggled before the black-clothed man's figure appeared once more. At this moment, he was actually less than 3 m away from Yan Yi. Bang! The black-clothed man was blasted backwards once more. Yan Yi didn't launch another attack, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. While he hadn't utilized the sword domain to suppress the black-clothed man, the black-clothed man was still within his sword domain. Had been relying on the sword domain to accurately pinpoint the black-clothed man's location. However, he hadn't imagined that he still wasn't able to kill the black-clothed man under such circumstances. Every single attack he executed carried 20 overlapped heaven rents, yet they were only able to push the black-clothed man back. The black-clothed man's strength surpassed Nankeitu. If I'm not wrong, then you have to pay a huge price every single time you execute the sword domain, and that's why you dare not use it against me after you killed Nankeitu and are only able to use it to locate me. The black-clothed figure continued. Nankeitu was too foolish. He paid too much attention to the energy of the laws and didn't improve his strength in other aspects. So, once the energy of the law he possessed was countered, he was more or less a cripple. But it can't be helped. If he didn't focus on speed, then it would have been impossible for him to comprehend the laws of speed. He can only blame himself for encountering you. Otherwise, even a high-rank half-saint wouldn't be able to kill him. Why waste your breath? Yan Yi said. Let's see if I can kill you without using the sword domain. The black-clothed man suddenly flashed over to Yan Yi. His figure shook violently when he arrived before Yan Yi, and then countless black-clothed men appeared around Yan Yi before countless rays of cold light tore through space towards Yan Yi. Wham! A sword howl suddenly shot into the air, and then over 100 rays of light crisscrossed through the surroundings and intersected with those rays of cold light. Bang! 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 Numerous deafening explosions resounded incessantly in succession. A short while passed before the cold light dispersed. Both Yan Yi and the black-clothed man were still standing. I lost to your physical defenses. The black-clothed man fell to the ground once he finished speaking. Pop! 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 Once the black-clothed man fell to the ground, Yan Yi's clothes suddenly transformed into bits, and his body was covered in injuries. Every single one of those injuries were bleeding, but they weren't lethal. At that moment they collided. Yan Yi had disregarded his defenses and struck lethal blows with every swing of his sword. As for the black-clothed man, had done exactly the same. Unfortunately, Yan Yi had relied on his formidable physical defenses to survive the battle, but the black-clothed man wasn't able to do the same. The Tao Order had lost again. The surroundings were perfectly silent. The spectators had no doubt that from this moment onward, Yan Yi's name would spread through the north and even the entire prefecture. Yan Yi walked over to the black-clothed man and placed the corpse within the ancient sheath. Regardless of whether it was the black-clothed man or Nankeitu, they were both useful to him. Especially Nankeitu. Because if he could comprehend the laws of speed, then when his decay laws were combined with the speed laws, he would even be able to kill high-rank half-saints right now. His physical body wasn't weak, his sword Tao wasn't weak as well, and his only flaw was speed. After he put the black-clothed man's corpse away, Yan Yi turned around to gaze at Kong Lian. The latter's expression changed slightly, and there finally was fear in her eyes this time. While Yan Yi hadn't comprehended sword intent, had comprehended something even more terrifying than sword intent, the sword domain. While Nankeitu and the black-clothed man were both at the Exalt realm, they weren't weaker to her at all. However, both of them had perished at Yan Yi's hands. I'd intended to humiliate you before killing you, but it feels meaningless now. Yan Yi waved his hand and said, Go back to the Tao Order and tell them to stop coming for me. I'll head to the Tao Order and challenge all the geniuses of its younger generation in 3 days from now. Yan Yi knew that he had to put an end to the matter with the Tao Order. Otherwise, they They would be constantly targeting him, and he wouldn't have the time to recover his strength at all. And Nanjing and Muhanshan were in a very bad situation right now. Moreover, Xiao Yushi and the others' whereabouts were unknown as well. So, he really didn't want to be constantly entangled with the Tao Order. So, he was prepared to put an end to it. You! Kong Lian seemed to want to insult Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at her and said, "Are you going to fuck off or not?" Kong Lian's expression changed slightly, but she didn't dare continue. Her figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Once Kong Lian left, a wisp of bitterness arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. After all, how could he have possibly wanted to let her go? But he had no other choice. "My Tao Order will be waiting for your arrival 3 days from now." A gloomy voice resounded from the sky. Chapter 862. Chapter 862. Just one move is enough. The battle in martial enlightenment city swept through the north like a plague. The sword domain. Someone amongst the disciples of the ancient sword school had grasped the sword domain, yet even Lu Weiner, who was called the Sword Emperor, hadn't. The entire ancient sword school was seething with excitement. "He must be protected no matter what." A voice resounded from the headquarters of the ancient sword school, and then around 10 breaths of time passed before countless terrifying auras flashed out from the 9 peaks of the ancient sword school. All of these experts were headed for martial enlightenment city. Conversely, there was no movement from the Tao Order. Even then, everyone in the north knew that a storm was coming. Martial enlightenment city. Yang Yi laid on the bed in his room, and both Fan Meng and Fan Li were at the side of the bed. It hurt. It hurt to the depths of his bones. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like someone was slicing through his entire body with a blade. Fortunately, he was more or less used to such pain. Had executed the sword domain and numerous heavenrends, so his body could simply be described as being on the verge of shattering apart. Especially his meridians, they weren't just broken now, they'd exploded apart. Not only were his meridians in such a state, even his internal organs had split apart. If he didn't execute the sword domain when facing Nankeitu and the black-clothed man, then he would have to face a drawn-out battle, and it was very disadvantageous to him in his current state. So, had decisively activated the sword domain. However, he naturally had to pay a huge price to utilize the sword domain in his current state. If it wasn't for the problem with his meridians, then he would have been able to kill both Nankeitu and the black-clothed man with ease, even if he didn't use the sword domain. Unfortunately, he just happened to have problems with his meridians, and it greatly restricted the strength he could utilize. That was the most aggrieving thing to him, and it was also the thing which rendered him the most helpless. Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. Meanwhile, Fan Meng and Fan Li hurriedly went over to him when they saw his eyes split open. Fan Meng said, Are you all right?" Yang Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Little girl, do I seem like I'm fine?" He was almost a cripple right now. Fan Meng didn't cry this time because she'd cried herself dry while he was still unconscious. She just held tightly to Yang Yi's hand and spoke softly. "Yang Yi, do you regret meeting me?" Yang Yi asked. "Why ask such a question?" She answered softly. "Since you met me, you've been constantly encountering all sorts of trouble. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been injured repeatedly, you wouldn't have offended the Tao Order, and you wouldn't have suffered such a heavy injury. It's really all my fault." Yang Yi smiled. "If you really think that you're a burden to me, then work hard to become strong, alright? I definitely will. I won't be playful anymore, I guarantee." Fan Meng had a sense of determination in her eyes, and she seemed to have become much more mature. Yang Yi said, "Good. Help me do something now. Feed me extreme-grade energy stones." It didn't take long for numerous energy stones to ceaselessly enter his body and be absorbed by him. Tiny vortex! Oh! Tiny vortex! The situation is quite bad this time. If you still don't return to normal, then you can just wait to bury me. Yang Yi was very clearly aware that if it didn't return to normal, Then not to mention heading to the Tao Order to challenge its younger generation, just walking might be a problem for him. Time slowly trickled by, and more violet profound energy appeared within Yang Yi. His physical injuries had practically fully healed under the regenerative effects of the violet profound energy, but there was no improvement in the state of his meridians. They were still in pieces. After his body recovered, Yang Yi didn't waste his violet profound energy by trying to repair his meridians with them. He sent all the violet profound energy into the tiny vortex instead. 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones had been consumed, but the tiny vortex still showed no signs of movement. 200,000, 500,000. After he absorbed the energy within 500,000 extreme-grade energy stones, the tiny vortex still showed no signs of recovering, and it made Yang Yi laugh bitterly without end. Right when he was about to give up, the tiny vortex stopped revolving, and then threads of violet energy flowed out from within it. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, but it didn't take long for him to almost jump out of his bed from excitement. Because the violet energy was primordial violet energy. Yang Yi suppressed the excitement and happiness in his heart, and he hurriedly guided it to repair his meridians. At this moment, Yang Yi was worried because if even primordial violet energy couldn't repair his meridians, then the situation would truly be dire. Yang Yi watched as the primordial violet energy enveloped his meridians, and it didn't take long for his broken meridians to start wriggling. Yang Yi truly heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this scene. Yang Yi hadn't noticed that those two little snakes which were sleeping while wrapped around his arms had suddenly opened their eyes. Outside Martial Enlightenment City. Outside the city gates. A man gazed at the corpses on the wall for a long time. In the end, his gaze descended onto the words which Yang Yi carved on the wall. A short time passed before a cold smile arose on the corners of his mouth. What an arrogant fellow! He actually dared to kill numerous members of my Ocean of Clouds Academy. Does he really think my academy is weak and wouldn't retaliate? When he spoke up to this point, he took a step forward and vanished on the spot. Outside Yang Yi's room, Qindong was resting against a pillar with his eyes slightly closed. Suddenly, his eyes opened up, and a man had suddenly appeared not too far away from him. Both of them gazed at each other in silence for a while, and then Qindong suddenly drew his sword. A ray of light flashed as a thread of sword energy shot forward, and it instantly arrived before the man. The man grunted coldly as he stretched his hands forward and seemed to pull something apart. A pitch-black hole was instantly torn open in the space before him, and that hole swallowed Qindong's sword energy. In the next moment, the man stretched his hand forward and made a grasping motion in Qindong's direction. The space around Qindong instantly warped and was about to mince Qindong into pieces. Qindong's eyes narrowed slightly as a solemn expression appeared in them. His flicked with his wrist, and his sword swept forward a few times. The warped space was instantly slashed apart. After that, he took his sword in both hands as he swiftly stabbed it forward. True spirit sword threads! As soon as he spoke, the space before him trembled violently as countless threads of sword energy which were fine like the hairs on an ox shot forward from the tip of his sword. In just an instant, the threads of sword energy had enveloped the man. Bang! Bang! Numerous explosions resounded incessantly. A short while passed before the threads of sword energy were dispersed. The man was still standing there, and seemed to be completely fine, but the space around him was riddled with holes. The arrogant sword, Qindong! As soon as he finished speaking, the man waved his right hand lightly, and the space around him instantly returned to normal. Besides Lu Feng, no one else amongst the Monarch Realm experts of the Ocean of Clouds Academy is capable of utilizing spatial techniques to such an extent. Qindong spoke indifferently. This conflict is between my ancient sword school and the Tao Order. Could it be that your academy intends to interfere? Numerous disciples of my academy have died at Yang Yi's hands. Are you telling us to just let it go? Lu Feng laughed coldly. Or perhaps your ancient sword school can disregard my academy now? If it is, then it'll turn around and leave right now. Qindong remained silent for a short while, and then he said, Was it the academy which sent you? Yilufeng replied. The members of the Tao Order can't just die for nothing, and it's the same for your ancient sword school. So, can the members of my academy just die for nothing? Qindong, I'll just say it right now. If the ancient sword school doesn't give my academy an explanation, then we'll refuse the entrance of disciples from the ancient sword school from now onwards. Moreover, we'll personally seek justice for our lost disciples. Let me see if your ancient sword school dares to fight both my Ocean of Clouds Academy and the Tao Order at the same time. Qindong's eyelids twitched. Presently, while the ancient sword school hadn't gone into full-scale war with the Tao Order, it was on the verge of it. If the Ocean of Clouds Academy were to declare war on the ancient sword school now, then he had no doubt that the Tao Order would do the same. At that time, all rules would be meaningless, and the Tao Order and the Ocean of Clouds Academy would definitely dispatch Saint Realm experts to annihilate all the geniuses of the ancient sword school. After a long moment of silence, Qindong said, What explanation does your academy want? If you want Yang Yes' head, then you can leave right now. Let me fight him, Yilufeng said. If he dies, then this matter will come to an end. If I lose, it'll come to an end as well. What a joke! Qindong laughed coldly. Yilufeng, you're at the high rank of the monarch realm, and you're half a step away from the half-saint realm. But Yang Yes only at the exalt realm. You have the gall to speak such words? Why don't I fight you instead? Yilufeng spoke solemnly. He possesses the sword domain and a physical body comparable to a half-saint. No one in the exalt realm within my academy is a match for him. It isn't just my academy, I'm afraid even the Tao Order is the same, Qindong said. So you're going to bully him with your cultivation? Yilufeng pondered deeply for a short while and said, Since it's like that, then good luck to your ancient sword school. Yilufeng turned around and was about to leave. Wait! Suddenly, the door to Yan Yes' room opened up, and then Yan Yi, Fan Meng, and Fan Li walked out slowly from within. At this moment, Yan Yes' hair had turned black, and the scars on his face had vanished. Yilufeng said, You're Yan Yi? Yan Yi nodded and said, The Ocean of Clouds Academy will let bygones be bygones if you lose? He would naturally not care about all of this if he were alone. However, he couldn't drag the ancient sword school down with him. While he wasn't really a disciple of the ancient sword school, he felt that he couldn't just throw them into such an abyss. So, he was willing to help reduce the trouble that the ancient sword school faced. Yilufeng replied, Yes. Yan Yi nodded, and then he flipped his palm and a hammer appeared in his grasp. Then bring it on, Yilufeng said. Let's go somewhere else. Yan Yi shook his head and said, There's no need for that. Just one move is enough. As soon as he finished speaking, the hammer in his grasp suddenly left his grasp and smashed down towards Yilufeng. Everywhere it passed, space shattered inch by inch. The Herculean Hammer. Chapter 863. It was the Herculean Hammer, of course. The Herculean Hammer was terrifying because it was capable of multiplying Yan Yes' strength by 5 times at least. Yan Yes' own strength was already comparable to a demon beast at the half-saint realm. So, once it was enhanced by the Herculean Hammer, how terrifying would it be? While Yan Yi was only at the exalt realm, he had no doubt that he could use the Herculean Hammer to kill a mid-rank half-saint even without using a sword. It was even to the extent that he could fight a high-rank half-saint. At the moment Yan Yes' hammer flew into the air, Qindong and Yilufeng's expressions had changed drastically. Both of them had never imagined that Yan Yes' attack would actually be terrifying to such an extent. Especially Yilufeng. He felt himself being targeted and locked onto by a terrifying force when the hammer left Yan Yes' grasp, and that force was as terrifying as a myriad of mountains. While he was astounded, Yilufeng's reaction wasn't slow at all. He swiftly pressed his palms together, and the space before him wriggled before forming numerous spatial walls. However, the spatial walls shattered into pieces before the Herculean hammer while spatial rifts swept throughout the surroundings. At the same time, the Herculean hammer arrived before Yilufeng, and it caused Li Lufeng's pupils to constrict slightly before a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes. He suddenly pulled his palms apart, and a spatial rift appeared in front of him. The Herculean hammer was swallowed by the spatial rift. But the expanse of space before Li Lufeng suddenly exploded apart in the next moment, and then a powerful wave of energy blasted him backwards 600 m away. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and gestured. 3 breaths of time passed before the Herculean hammer flashed out from space and returned to his grasp. There was a wisp of a bitter smile on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth as he gazed at the hammer in his grasp. His meridians had recovered, his appearance had recovered as well, but the only thing which hadn't recovered was the primordial pagoda. At this moment, it was still in the form of the tiny vortex. As for the Herculean hammer, it had jumped out from the tiny vortex, and that was why he felt so puzzled and depressed. Because the Herculean hammer had emerged from within the primordial pagoda, but it hadn't recovered. All in all, it was a good thing, because it proved that the primordial pagoda was still in a normal state. In other words, Su Qingshi and the others should be fine. As for why the primordial pagoda was still in the shape of the tiny vortex, he felt that it was probably because the primordial pagoda had been severely damaged. After all, it had acknowledged him as its master. So if he suffered a heavy injury, the primordial pagoda would definitely be unable to avoid being affected. Moreover, Shaoqi had damaged the primordial pagoda when she was playing with it in the first place. No matter what, the current situation was looking very good. Because his meridians had been repaired, his body had been repaired as well, and he knew that Su Qingshi and the others were fine. Moreover, he even had the Herculean hammer now. Besides his sword intent which still hadn't recovered, his strength could be said to have recovered by at least 80%. If his sword intent was restored, then there was no one beneath the Saint Realm which he couldn't kill. You! Li Lufeng gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. He hadn't expected Yang Yi's physical strength to be terrifying to the point of being capable of shattering space with ease. My God! Is this fellow really a sword cultivator and not a body cultivator? Yang Yi stated. You've lost! Li Lufeng's expression was slightly unsightly. A long time passed before he nodded. Being pushed back by the physical strength of a sword cultivator really can be considered as my loss. Very good! Very good indeed. This time, the Tao Order will probably be tricked to death. When he spoke up to this point, he waved his right hand, and a command token appeared before Yang Yi. If you encounter disciples of my academy in the future, you just have to display this command token and no one will dare to act disrespectfully to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Lufeng turned around, took a step forward, and vanished on the spot. The Cloud Academy token! Chendong suddenly said. I never expected the Ocean of Clouds Academy to actually give that command token to you. Yang Yi asked. What is it? Chendong explained. The Cloud Academy token is a symbol of status. While an owner of that token has no actual authority in the academy, but anyone from the academy must respect its owner. If a member of the academy disrespects its owner, that person would be punished severely by the discipline hall of the academy, and they would be expelled if it's a serious case. If memory serves, the Ocean of Clouds Academy has only issued 2 of these command tokens in the past, and the Ocean of Clouds Academy owes both of them a huge debt. Yang Yi asked. Why did they give one to me? Chendong pondered deeply for a long time before she said. They probably intend to draw you over to their side. While you're a disciple of the Ancient Sword School, it doesn't stop you from joining the academy. Do you know, the Ocean of Clouds Academy is actually just a branch. A branch? Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. After all, the Ocean of Clouds Academy was a platinum rank power, yet it was only a branch? Chendong nodded. There's a diamond rank power in the Central Divine Prefecture, and it's called White Deer Academy. The dean of the Ocean of Clouds Academy was a disciple of White Deer Academy. Supposedly, he committed a grave offense many years ago, and that was why he was sent to Pine Prefecture. He was quite a proud and arrogant person, so he established the Ocean of Clouds Academy in Pine Prefecture, and would lead its geniuses to the Central Divine Prefecture to participate in White Deer Academy's competition, which is held every 10 years. His goal is to prove that his disciples aren't inferior to the disciples of White Deer Academy. Unfortunately, it has been a few hundred years now, yet his academy hasn't won a single time. Yang Yi asked, "You think he wants me to participate in that competition?" Shandong replied, "He probably intends to wait and see. But he definitely thinks you have great potential, and that's why he ordered Yi Lu Feng to give that command token to you. The conditions Yi Lu Feng spoke about earlier were probably a way to test you, and the outcome was that he lost from a single move. So," Yang Yi shook his head, "let's talk about this later. He couldn't even deal with his own problems right now, so how could he possibly participate in that competition? However, he did take the command token. In any case, there was no harm in accepting it." Swish! Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through the sky, and then Wu Yanzhong appeared before them. Yang Yi and Shandong's expressions changed slightly when they saw him. Because he had a head in his right hand, and it belonged to Kong Lian. Wu Yanzhong tossed the head to the ground and said, "I received a signal for help from other disciples, so I left Martial Enlightenment City. But I never imagined that the Tao Order would have acted immediately once I did. Not only was I unable to protect those two sisters from the Fan clan, I made Brother Yang return to the city, and it even resulted in the horrible deaths of Lin Xiao's group and many other disciples." Wu Yanzhong took a deep breath when he spoke up to this point, and then he pointed his finger towards his left arm and made a slashing movement. His left arm instantly flew off into the air. Yang Yi and Shandong were shocked, and then Yang Yi sighed softly. He didn't blame Wu Yanzhong, of course. After all, it was he who caused all of this, so how could he have any right to blame Wu Yanzhong? However, he hadn't expected Wu Yanzhong to actually feel guilty to the point of severing his own arm. Shandong seemed to be unable to bear the sight of this and said, "Why do that? Yang Yi killed that fellow from the hidden path and that Tao Order steward, and you've killed her. Both of you've avenged them, and I presume they would feel gratified if they knew. So, why sever your own arm?" Wu Yanzhong shook his head and said, "They wouldn't have died if I didn't leave. Brother Yang wouldn't have returned to the city as well and almost died here." When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Brother Yang, you're heading to the Tao Order to challenge all its geniuses?" Yang Yi nodded. He hadn't been acting impulsively when he said that, and it was because he really intended to put an end to this conflict. Otherwise, if the Tao Order were to continuously chase after him, then even if they don't get tired of it, he would. So, had decided to put an end to it all. "I'll go with you tomorrow." Wu Yanzhong spoke while a determined and firm gaze filled his eyes. Yang Yi asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course." Wu Yanzhong gazed at Shandong and said, "You won't stop me, right?" Shandong pondered deeply for a short moment and said, "The higher-ups will definitely not allow both of you to go. Especially Yang Yi. If I'm not wrong, then they've definitely dispatched experts to get you. You've comprehended the sword domain, so you and senior sister Lu will definitely become the backbone of our ancient sword school in the future. Perhaps we might even be able to rely on you and senior sister Lu to become a diamond rank sect. So, they would absolutely not allow you to face any danger." When he spoke up to this point, Shandong smiled and said, "However, I think they're asking for too much. The sword cultivators of our ancient sword schools should take revenge when there's enmity, and it's best to think about the future in the future. Otherwise, we would all be bound. So, I'll be going with both of you tomorrow. Even I would like to experience the strength of those so-called geniuses of the Tao Order." Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "All right, then we'll head to the Tao Order tomorrow." "You're heading to the Tao Order? You shameless liar! If anyone is going, then it should be me, Nailin Ing." A clear and melodious shout that carried anger resounded, and then a ray of sword energy swept through the sky. Moreover, the force within it simply seemed as if it intended to split the world apart. It was truly an astonishing sight. Toon level heaven rank sword intent. All three of their expressions changed slightly. However, Qindong and Wu Yanzhong didn't attack, and there was a trace of bewilderment in their eyes. Yan Yi naturally had to attack because the sword energy had arrived in front of him. He swiftly smashed the Herculean hammer forward, and that powerful strand of sword energy was immediately blasted into pieces. Meanwhile, a woman appeared before them. She was about to attack again, but a voice suddenly resounded. Yinger, you're no match for him. As soon as this voice resounded, an old man who carried a sword chest on his back appeared in front of Yan Yi, and the old man's gaze immediately descended onto Yan Yi. Who are you? A Saint Realm expert. Yan Yi's heart shook. Obviously, the old man was probably an expert of the ancient sword school. Yan Yi cupped his fists to the old man and said, I'm Yan Yi, a personal disciple of Taoist Gu from Heavenly Sword Peak. Yan Yi didn't notice that Wu Yanzhong and Qindong were looking at him like he was a monster. The corners of the old man's eyes twitched. You're Taoist Gu's disciple? Of course. Yan Yi nodded. My ass. The old man suddenly roared. In Taoist Gu. You're my disciple? You're my disciple. Yan Yi was speechless. Chapter 864. High above in the clouds. Yan Yi stood on one of the clouds while Taoist Gu stood before him. There were two other old men in robes that were a mix of white and green standing on either side of Taoist Gu. All of them were saints. Taoist Gu asked seriously, Who exactly are you? If it was anyone else who pretended to be his disciple, then he would have ended that person's life a long time ago. After all, he didn't want his reputation to be destroyed. But not only was his reputation not spoiled by Yan Yi had improved his reputation greatly, and had absolutely gained a huge amount of prestige as well. After all, the old fellows in the ancient sword school had expressed disdain when he said that Head found a genius in the sword Tao who was comparable to Lu Weiner, and it was even to the extent that they'd ridiculed him and said that Head lost his mind. But the very same old fellows had a 360-degree turn in their attitudes when Yan Yi made an appearance. All of them praised him for his discerning ability, and for finding such an extraordinary genius for the ancient sword school. Of course, he was baffled when he heard about Yan Yi, because only he was clearly aware that the genius Head taken as his disciple wasn't named Yan Yi at all. At that time, his only reaction was to immediately find Yan Yi and end Yan Yi's life before whipping Yan Yi's corpse. However, once he found out about Yan Yi's accomplishments in battle, Head finally calmed down. Because as far as he was concerned, this fellow, Yan Yi, was not bad. At the very least, Yan Yi hadn't brought shame to him. Even though Yan Yi's natural talent in the sword Tao was absolutely extraordinary, he didn't want to just allow Yan Yi to become a disciple of the ancient sword school. Because Yan Yi's background and origins were unknown. If a person like Yan Yi were to join the ancient sword school, he would definitely become part of its core. But if had been sent over by an enemy of the ancient sword school or had some ulterior objectives, then it would be a lethal blow to the sword school. But they really didn't want to abandon a genius in the sword Tao like Yan Yi. So, the ancient sword school hadn't just sent him here, it had sent two other saints with him. Yan Yi glanced at them before bowing slightly to them. Seniors, pretending to be a disciple of the ancient sword school was my mistake, and I caused a huge amount of trouble for the sword school. I feel very sorry for that. However, I really do want to become a disciple of the ancient sword school, and that was why I pretended to be a disciple of the ancient sword school when I had no other choice that day. Moreover, no one would believe me even if I said that I wasn't one. He was only telling half-truths. After all, he absolutely had to grab onto the support of such a powerful sect like the ancient sword school in this current situation. In this world or any other world, it was absolutely impossible to live for long without powerful backing. Just like this very moment, if it wasn't for the ancient sword school, the Tao Order would have definitely sent experts to annihilate him a long time ago. The old man on Taoist Gu's left asked, It wouldn't be difficult at all for you to join my ancient sword school with your strength. So, why did you pretend to be one? Yan Yi laughed bitterly and said, Senior, you can't blame me for that. The ancient sword school's requirements for new disciples is that they have to possess 6th level sword intent at least. But I am sure you've noticed it. I can't even be considered to possess 1st level sword intent. The old man on the left asked again in a low voice. That's impossible. How could your sword intent be that weak with the natural talent that you possess? Yan Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, Because I once utilized a secret technique to ignite 13 levels of sword intent. So, 13th level sword intent. The expressions of all the old men changed slightly when they heard him. The old man on the left stretched out his hand and placed it on Yang Yi's shoulder. A short while passed before he withdrew his hand, and then he gazed at Taoist Gu and the other old man before nodding. He isn't lying! Taoist Gu and the other old man had shock in their eyes when they heard this. 3-level heaven rank sword intent, the enlightened sword heart, and the sword domain. To a certain extent, his natural talent in the sword Dao is much more terrifying than Lu Weiner. The old man on the left asked another question in a serious tone. Who exactly are you? After all, it was impossible for Yan Yi to be unknown in Pine Prefecture with the natural talent he possessed. Simply speaking, he wasn't just curious about Yan Yi's identity, he was suspicious of it. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a long time and said, I'm from the same place as Lu Weiner. He knew that it was impossible to deceive these 3 saints, and it was impossible to trick them as well. So, he just told them the truth. You're from the lower dimensions. Taoist Gu was astounded, and there was disbelief in his eyes. Yan Yi nodded. That should be impossible. Taoist Gu said. If you are from the lower dimensions, then you shouldn't have come here. You should be in the Central Divine Prefecture instead. Yan Yi was quite puzzled. The Central Divine Prefecture? Taoist Gu glanced at Yan Yi and said, There's an entrance pool in the Central Divine Prefecture, and all who come from the lower dimensions would arrive there. Since you're from the lower dimensions, you should have arrived there as well and not Pine Prefecture. Yan Yi shook his head and said, I don't know. In any case, I was here when I woke up. The 3 of them exchanged glances, and there was a trace of bewilderment in their eyes. Based on their strength and experience, they were naturally able to discern that Yan Yi wasn't lying. Yan Yi was naturally not lying, and that was exactly why they were bewildered. A long time passed before Taoist Gu said, Why did you pretend to be my disciple? Yan Yi had thought of an answer to this question a very long time ago, so he immediately said, Because I look up to you, Senior. I heard a very long time ago that Senior Gu is a matchless expert, and your sword technique is extraordinary and peerless. Moreover, you are a heroic and courageous person with morality that reaches up to the clouds. So, I've looked forward to meeting Senior for a long time, and that was why I pretended to be Senior's disciple. Please do forgive me. The corners of the other 2 old men's mouths twitched. What flattery. Taoist Gu revealed a slight smile when he heard Yang Yi, and then he nodded. Kid, while there's some flattery in there, it can still be considered to be true. Right, out of consideration that you're not so bad, I'll forgive you for pretending to be my disciple. Yan Yi heaved a slight sigh of relief when he heard this. If Taoist Gu didn't make a fuss about it, then the others in the ancient sword school would definitely not say a thing. No matter what, the matter between him and the ancient sword school had finally been resolved peacefully. Yan Yi glanced at the 3 old men and said, Seniors, I hope to join the ancient sword school, but my sword intent is only at the 1st level. If the ancient sword school is unwilling to accept me, then to be honest, I have no choice but to join the Endless Devil Sect or the Ocean of Clouds Academy because it's the only way for me to survive after offending the Tao Order. No! All 3 of them spoke simultaneously. They exchanged glances and seemed slightly embarrassed. The old man on the left coughed and said, The rules were set by the dead, but we are alive. While your sword intent hasn't attained the 6th level, your strength and natural talent in the sword Tao far exceeded the requirements of the sword school. Moreover, your sword intent was once at the 3 level of the heaven rank, and the only reason it's at its current state is because you utilized a secret technique. So, you're entirely qualified to join our ancient sword school. Taoist Gu spoke as well. Presently, the entire world is aware that you're a member of my ancient sword school, so wouldn't everyone laugh at our ancient sword school if you don't join our sword school? You sincerely wish to join the ancient sword school? Suddenly, the old man on the right spoke. Or do you just intend to use the ancient sword school for now to protect yourself? Taoist Gu and the other old man revealed solemn expressions when they heard this. Yan Ye's natural talent was extraordinary indeed, and the ancient sword school naturally welcomed such a monstrous genius in the sword Tao. However, if Yan Yi was merely joining to keep himself alive, then it was better for the ancient sword school to reject him no matter how monstrous his talent was. Because they might nurture an ungrateful bastard. Yan Yi knew that this was their final question. If he answered it well, then he would be allowed to join the ancient sword school. If he failed, then the consequences were obvious. After all, had caused such huge trouble for the ancient sword school and caused many of its disciples to die. So, how could the ancient sword school let the matter go if it didn't gain anything in the end? The ancient sword school was no angel. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "To tell all of you the truth, when I first pretended to be a disciple of the ancient sword school, I did intend to use that identity to protect myself. However, I met many disciples of the ancient sword school after that. To be honest, my impression of the ancient sword school is very good, so if I were to choose a power to join, then the ancient sword school would be my first choice. I know what you're worried about, and all I can say to that is that I won't betray the ancient sword school if it doesn't betray me." The old man on the right asked. "You know that little girl, Weiner?" Yang Yi nodded. The three of them exchanged glances, and then they nodded. Taoist Gu said, "Since you were able to comprehend 3-level heaven rank sword intent, the enlightened sword heart, and the sword domain, it proves that you're absolutely not one to go against your own heart. So, from this moment onwards, you're a disciple of our ancient sword school. Right, there are 9 peaks. Which one will you choose?" Taoist Gu's gaze was fixed on Yang Yi when he spoke up to this point. Yang Yi smiled. "The heavenly sword peak, of course. You have a good eye." Taoist Gu grinned. "Kid, it'll protect you from now on." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The other 2 old men shook their heads. They naturally wanted to take Yang Yi as their disciples as well, but Taoist Gu had the upper hand. "Let's go back to the ancient sword school," Taoist Gu continued. "The important matter at hand is to recover your sword intent." Yang Yi was astounded. "Sword intent can be recovered?" Taoist Gu smiled. "I can only say that you're lucky. Because I'm afraid my ancient sword school is the only place throughout Pine Prefecture that can help you recover your sword intent. But you might have to suffer a little." Yang Yi was overjoyed. As for suffering, would he even fear that? Taoist Gu smiled. "Let's go," Yang Yi replied. "How long would it take to recover my sword intent?" Taoist Gu pondered deeply for a moment and said, "You ignited 13 levels of sword intent, so that's quite difficult and troublesome to recover. It would take a month at least." Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he said, "Let's put it aside for now because I'm heading to the Tao Order tomorrow." Taoist Gu and the others revealed solemn expressions when they heard this, and Taoist Gu spoke in a low voice. "You're not joking?" "Of course," Yang Yi said. "I've already told them that I would. If I don't, then it wouldn't just be my honor that's tarnished. The ancient sword school would face the same fate. Can we even afford to lose face like that?" Taoist Gu spoke solemnly. "You might lose your life. If I don't, then even more from the ancient sword school might lose their lives." Yang Yi continued, "I caused all of this, so let me put an end to it." Taoist Gu remained silent for a long time before he finally spoke. "All right. Let's go to the Tao Order." Chapter 865. Actually, regardless of whether it was the ancient sword school or the Tao Order, both didn't want a true war between the sects to break out. Because besides these 2 platinum rank sects, there was also the demon race in the prefecture. Once they started killing each other, it would only benefit the demon race. However, the matter couldn't be let go just like that, and it was especially so for the Tao Order. After all, the Tao Order could be said to have been utterly humiliated by the ancient sword school, so if they were to let bygones be bygones, then how would the Tao Order maintain its foothold in the prefecture from now on? So, if the ancient sword school made Yang Yi return, then the Tao Order would have no choice but to go to war with the ancient sword school. Once that happened, the deaths on both sides would definitely rise to a horrifying degree. Moreover, in Yang Yi's opinion, if the Tao Order decided to go to war with the ancient sword school, then he would definitely be madly pursued by the Saint Realm expert of the Tao Order. He absolutely didn't want to see that happen. So, had decided to go to the Tao Order himself. In that way, he could stop the Tao Order from going too far, and he could grab the right to decide how the situation unfolded. Most importantly, he didn't want more members of the ancient sword school to die because of him. Your body is very strong. But while that hammer suits you, it's not a sword in the end, and it can help you bring forth your full strength. Taoist Gu pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Give it to me. I'll give it back to you in the morning." Yang Yi was slightly stunned and quite puzzled. Meanwhile, the old man on Taoist Gu's left smiled. "What are you still standing there for? You're lucky, kid. Your master might not be very great when it comes to the sword Tao, but he can be considered as the #1 expert in sword forging throughout Pine Prefecture. The might of your hammer will be multiplied by at least a few times with him modifying it for you." Yang Yi quickly passed the Herculean hammer to Taoist Gu when he heard this. Taoist Gu held the Herculean hammer for a while and sized it up. "It's not bad. It can barely be considered to be a low-grade immortal rank treasure. It should be able to ascend to the mid-grade with a little bit of modification. Moreover, it should be comparable to a high-grade immortal rank sword to you. Rest well tonight and teach those fellows from the Tao Order a good lesson tomorrow. Let them know that our ancient sword domain is the true strongest sect in the prefecture." Yang Yi glanced at Taoist Gu. There was a great amount of information hidden within the words that Taoist Gu had said, especially when he asked Yang Yi to teach them a lesson. The meaning hidden behind these words that he wasn't just going there to slap the Tao Order in the face. The main objective was to resolve the enmity between both sides and not form even more enmity with them. He naturally understood that as well, but he really couldn't stop himself from killing sometimes. Taoist Gu and the others told Yang Yi a few more things before they left. Yang Yi had just descended to the ground when Taoist Gu's disciple, Nei Lining, obstructed his path, and both Fan Meng and Fan Li were behind her. Nei Lining had a very slender figure, and she could be said to be the slenderest woman had ever seen. But her appearance was only ordinary, but it wasn't ugly. Nei Lining's face turned cold when she saw Yang Yi, and she was just about to speak when Yang Yi spoke before her. "Senior sister, I just happened to encounter some things which I need guidance for, so please provide me with your guidance." He naturally knew that she was definitely very annoyed. After all, had done so much after pretending to be Taoist Gu's disciple. "Senior sister?" Nei Lining was slightly stunned and said, "Master took you as his disciple?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "Master said that I should ask Senior Sister about anything I need help with." "Senior Sister, you wouldn't refuse me, right?" When she saw Yang Yi act so respectfully and sincerely, Nei Lining, who intended to look for trouble with him, was at a slight loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, "Senior Sister, you aren't still angry, right?" Nei Lining hurriedly shook her head. "No, not at all." After all, as a senior sister, she naturally couldn't act so narrow-mindedly. Yang Yi smiled and said, "That's good. Oh, right. Master said that I could ask Senior Sister for anything I need. I'm sure Senior Sister is aware that I used to be an independent cultivator, and I owe over 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones for the sake of cultivation." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment, and seemed as if he was too shy to continue. 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones. Nei Lining waved her hand, and a spatial ring appeared before Yang Yi. "There are 200,000 extreme-grade energy stones in there. Take it as Senior Sister's welcome gift." Junior brother, you can come look for me if you need more in the future. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he quickly took the spatial ring and spoke as if he was overwhelmed by her kindness. Thank you, senior sister. Senior sister is such a nice person. There's no need to thank me. Senior sisters should take care of their junior brothers. Neilening spoke magnanimously. Of course, of course. Yang Yi quickly nodded and displayed his agreement. After he asked Neilening a few questions about the sword Dao, Yang Yi finally returned to his room. He noticed that while Neilening's strength might be inferior to his own, she didn't know much more about the sword Dao. Especially when it came to some things, he hadn't even heard of them in the past. In short, had gained quite a bit from his conversation with her. On the other hand, Neilening had a much better impression of Yang Yi when she saw him act so humbly and inquisitively. So, she even gave him another 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones. Yang Yi sat cross-legged in his room when the door was suddenly pushed open, and then Fan Meng walked in. She immediately leaped over to Yang Yi and sized him up carefully. A short while passed before she grinned. Yang Yi, you're actually not ugly at all. Do you prefer my old appearance or this one? Yang Yi smiled. She replied, It just has to be you. Why? Yang Yi said. I was very ugly in the past. She replied. Would you still protect me if I become ugly one day? Yang Yi chuckled. It has nothing to do with whether you're ugly or beautiful. She gazed at him for a long time before she suddenly took a step forward and wrapped her hands around his head. After that, she lightly pecked his forehead, causing her face to flush red as she said, It's the same for me. As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly vanished from Yang Yi's sight. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he shook his head and chuckled. He was just about to cultivate when the door to his room was opened once more. He raised his head and saw Fan Li walking in. After she walked in, she closed the door and started walking towards Yang Yi. What are these sisters doing? Yang Yi gazed at her with a puzzled expression. Once she arrived in front of Yang Yi, Fan Li suddenly stretched out her hands and undid her sash, and then her dress dropped to the ground. While she was still wearing her dudu, her proud peaks, and her pure white and supple body was visible before Yang Yi's eyes. Yang Yi frowned and said, What are you doing? She didn't speak. She just placed her hand on the string which tied her dudu together and pulled it apart. Just like that, Fan Li's figure was completely bare before him. Yang Yi asked, Why? She lowered her head and said, Both little Meng and I would be dead if it wasn't for you. Even if we didn't die, it would be a fate worse than death. We are probably unable to repay your kindness in this lifetime, and I don't have anything that I can give you. The only thing I have is my body. Don't worry, I've never been touched by another man. Yang Yi grabbed his blanket and walked over to her before covering her with it. Fan Li's delicate body trembled slightly while a trace of sorrow appeared in her eyes. You still hate me? Yang Yi shook his head and said, I did in the past, but during this period, I noticed that you're actually not that detestable. Because your love for Fan Meng is real. If I placed myself in your shoes, and if someone of unknown background were to get close to my younger sister, then I might not even waste my breath on him and just end his life right there. Fan Li asked. You disdain to touch me? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I'm a man, a normal man. While you are a beautiful woman, a woman that can move the heart of any man. Then why? She continued, Don't worry. I'm doing it out of my own free will. Yang Yi shook his head. I'm a normal man, but am one who has principles. I refuse to take advantage of another's weakness, and I disdain such actions. There are no feelings between us. So if anything were to occur between us, then I would have been irresponsible to you, and my wives. I already owe them a lot, and I don't want them to experience even a shred of unhappiness. Yang Yi paused for a moment before he continued. I know why you're doing this, and all I want to say is that if you want to thank me, then there's absolutely no need to do this. Because so long as I want to do something, then I never think about whether anyone would repay me for it. Conversely, if I don't want to do something, then not to mention a woman, even 1,000 drop-dead gorgeous beauties lying before me wouldn't be able to make me do it. she asked softly. You have wives? Yan Yi nodded. I came here to look for them. She glanced at him and said, being yours probably fills them with happiness. As soon as she finished speaking, she started wearing her clothes, and she didn't even try to hide it from Yan Yi. After she finished, Fan Li walked over to Yan Yi and said, Do you know? I've always felt very fortunate. I felt fortunate that I picked you up on the streets out of curiosity. But am also filled with regret. I regret treating you like that. When she spoke up to this point, she moved closer to Yan Yi and lightly pecked Yan Yi's forehead with her scarlet-red lips. I'm sorry. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked out of his room. As soon as Fan Li walked out of the room, a small and delicate figure leaped into her arms. Big sister, you lost, you lost. He didn't take advantage of you, and he didn't take advantage of your moment of weakness. You can't make any other excuses to stop me now. Who said he didn't? He didn't take advantage of my body, but my heart. In the room, Yan Yi sat cross-legged on the ground while both Nankeitu and the black-clothed man who Nankeitu called Shadow were standing before him. Around an hour passed before both of them were refined into sword servants. The laws of speed? If I'm able to comprehend it, then. Yan Yi's soft muttering could be heard within the room. 1. Dudu is a type of ancient undergarment. Look it up if you want. Chapter 866. Was the law of speed formidable? Of course it was. Yan Yi was very clearly aware that Nankita's own physical strength was actually just comparable to an ordinary Exalt Realm expert, but Nankeitu had been able to blast him flying. Why? Because when speed arrived at a certain level, then it could create unparalleled strength. Take a stone for example, it didn't carry any force on its own, but if it fell from over 10 kilometers above, then the force it carried when it crashed to the ground would definitely be sufficient to kill a first heaven realm cultivator with ease. It could be said that if the laws of speed was used well, then it wouldn't be any weaker than his decay laws. If he hadn't relied on the sword domain to suppress Nankita's laws of speed, then even if his decay laws could kill Nankeitu with ease, how would his decay laws strike Nankeitu when Nankeitu was that swift? When speed arrived at a certain level, all techniques and even laws were actually useless against it. The reason Yan Yi had refined Nankeitu into a sword servant was naturally because he wanted to learn the laws of speed. If it was anyone else, it would definitely be impossible because even in Nanjing would be absolutely incapable of learning another's laws. Even if that person displayed it repeatedly to her. After all, Nankeitu had practically used his entire lifetime to comprehend it. So if someone else wanted to learn it from him, it would be very difficult as ascending into the heavens. However, it wasn't that difficult for Yan Yi. It was naturally impossible for him to comprehend the laws of speed if it was just displayed to him, but what if it was done while within the scope of his sword domain? The sword domain formed a world of its own, and everything within the sword domain would appear clearly within his vision. It could be said that everything within the sword domain was equivalent to a part of his body. If Nankeitu displayed the laws of speed to him within his sword domain, then he could sense the laws of speed to the very greatest degree. Of course, it made sense in theory, but Yan Yi didn't know if he could really succeed. But it was worth a try. Yan Yi didn't waste any time and immediately activated the sword domain. Next, he ordered Nankeitu to start displaying the laws of speed to him. In the beginning, Yan Yi didn't utilize the sword domain to suppress Nankeitu, and Nankita's speed under such circumstances was so swift that even he could only see a blurry shadow flashing by. At this moment, Yan Yi had a solemn expression on his face. Because it would have been utterly impossible for him to kill Nankeitu without the sword domain. Unless his sword intent was still at the 13th level, then he could use his sword intent to lock down the space around him. Otherwise, not to mention killing Nankeitu, he might be killed instead. I must comprehend the laws of speed. If I succeed, then would even a high-rank half-saint be able to do anything to me? Yan Yi had a determined glow in his eyes, and Nankeitu grew slower and slower under his orders. It was like Nankato had been slowed down by over 100 times. Yang Yi stared fixedly at Nankato without letting any detail escape his notice. Because he had the sword domain, he was able to completely and clearly sense the minute movements Nankato made as he utilized the laws of speed. Besides that, he could sense the changes in the surroundings, and various other changes once Nankato activated the laws of speed. All of this felt like he was experiencing it himself. Nankito's speed started from slow to fast. Later on, it went from fast to slow again, and then it started from slow to fast again. Yang Yi's expression was changing incessantly. First there was wild joy on his face, yet it didn't take long for his brows to knit together tightly, and then he was overjoyed once more before frowning again. The Tao Order. The Tao Order resided on a mountain range at the southernmost area of Pine Prefecture, and the mountain range was like a huge dragon that was coiled up in the area. There was a towering and huge mountain that floated in the sky above. However, the mountain was upside down with its peak facing the ground and a round base up in the air. It seemed absolutely boundless, and it was like an enormous sword that was stabbed into the ground. It was an extremely grand sight. There was a very long stone stairway that connected the mountain with the ground, and it was the renowned Cloud Ascension Stairs of the Tao Order. They were no ordinary stairs. The ancient sword school's requirements for new disciples was that they could attain at least the 6th level of sword intent at the age of 16. However, the Tao Order's requirement was related to the Cloud Ascension Stairs. Anyone who wanted to join the Tao Order had to take the Cloud Ascension Stairs. The stairs had 5 tests which were left behind by the Tao Order's founding ancestor, and they respectively tested willpower, temperament, strength, the heart, and the Tao. Anyone beneath the monarch realm who could pass the tests of willpower and temperament could become outer court disciples of the Tao Order, and they could pass the test of strength, then they could become inner court disciples. If the test of the heart was passed as well, then that person could become the personal disciple of the Tao Order's master. As for the test of the Tao, besides the masters of the Tao Order, no one knew what the rewards for passing the test of the Tao was. Because since the founding ancestor of the Tao Order had created these tests, no one had even passed the test of the Tao. Even the protector of order, who was said to be a genius that was rare to come by in 10,000 years, had been stopped by the test of Tao. There was a pergola at the lowest step of the Cloud Ascension Stairs, and it was specially built by the Tao Order. As for the reason, it was naturally prepared for those geniuses to use as a place for resting before they attempted to ascend the stairs. Some failed the first time, so they would try a second, or a third. There were even many who failed over 100 times, but there were those who succeeded as well. So long as they succeeded, it meant that the Tao Order would obtain another disciple with potential. In the Tao Order's opponent, it refused to let go of any disciples with potential. Because such people who tried many times in order to succeed would usually have even more potential than those who passed on the 1 STTRY. At this moment, there were countless cultivators in the pergola. It wasn't just there, even the area around it was filled with countless people. They were from all over the prefecture, and they'd naturally come here to watch the battle between Yang Yi and the geniuses of the Tao Order. Yang Yi had said that he would come to challenge all the geniuses of the Tao Order's younger generation, and everyone throughout the prefecture was aware of it. So, anyone who was a cultivator would absolutely not allow themselves to miss such a grand event. After all, how could a battle between formidable experts not be interesting? Do you think Yang Yi will be able to defeat all the geniuses of the Tao Order? If he can, then the Tao Order wouldn't be able to hold its head up high in the prefecture anymore. After all, it's like heading to someone's front door and giving them a slap on the face. If he can't, then the ancient sword school will be losing an extraordinary genius in the sword Tao. Moreover, it would be the ancient sword school who suffers humiliation and disgrace instead. Because Yang Yi lost in a challenge that he issues, and that's equivalent to inviting insult. I think that since Yang Yi dared to boast like that, then he's definitely confident in his ability. Moreover, based on his previous accomplishments in battle, he does have the ability to be arrogant. But as a platinum rank sect, the Tao Order is filled with experts. It isn't just difficult for Yang Yi to give it such a slap to the face. What would happen if he doesn't show? Suddenly someone spoke these words, and the surroundings instantly fell silent. A long time passed before someone spoke softly. If he doesn't come, then the ancient sword school would be absolutely humiliated. The others nodded in response. If Yang Yi came, then no one would say anything about the ancient sword school even if he lost. Conversely, they would feel that the disciples of the ancient sword school were brave. But if he didn't come, then it was obvious how humiliated the ancient sword school would be. After all, the ancient sword school had always proclaimed that their members could die, but they absolutely had to maintain their honor. But just like that, time slowly passed by and it was noon. No disciple of the ancient sword school arrived, let alone Yang Yi. However, all of them remained calm and composed. After all, it was only noon, and there was still a huge amount of time left. In the blink of an eye, afternoon had arrived, yet Yang Yi was still nowhere to be seen. Not to mention Yang Yi, even a single disciple of the ancient sword school was nowhere to be found. Is Yang Yi afraid? That's probably impossible. I saw him that day. He had white hair, a ferocious expression, and was extremely arrogant. No matter how I look at him, he doesn't seem like someone who knows what fear is. Since he still hasn't arrived, then he was probably delayed by something. It might be the ancient sword school that refuses to let him come here today. He has comprehended the sword domain, so he'll definitely become a peerless expert in the future. If he comes here and falls here, then wouldn't the ancient sword school suffer a huge loss? That's possible. After all, so long as a genius in the sword Tao like Yang Yi doesn't die, then he'll definitely become an extraordinary expert in the future. At that time, the ancient sword school would have both Lu Weiner and Yang Yi, and it might even become a diamond rank sect. But is the ancient sword school going to abandon its reputation just like that? What is reputation when compared to an extraordinary genius? Martial Enlightenment City. At this moment, the area outside Yang Yi's room was filled with people, and all of them were disciples of the ancient sword school. Moreover, ray after ray of light were shooting incessantly through the sky as more and more disciples of the ancient sword school descended to the ground, walls, and even roofs in the area around Yang Yi's room. All of their gazes had converged onto Yang Yi's room. Taoist Gu was standing outside the door to Yang Yi's room. At this moment, his eyes were slightly closed while a gloomy expression could be seen on his face. Taoist Gu, why hasn't senior brother Yang come out? One of the disciples was finally unable to restrain himself. At this moment, Yang Yi could be said to be representing the entire ancient sword school. If he didn't come out from his room and head to the Tao order, then how would the disciples of the sword school walk proudly in the world? It could be said that he was linked to the glory of the entire sword school. Taoist Gu didn't speak. But while those disciples were unhappy that Taoist Gu remained silent, they didn't dare force their way in or continue questioning him. If Yang Yi isn't going, then he'll go! One of the disciples suddenly roared, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky and instantly vanished into the horizon. I'm going as well! Count me in! Me too! How could all of you do without me? In next to no time, only a few of them remained here. Chapter 867. The veil of night had descended, and a bright moon rose slowly into the sky, and it hung high above like a disk of brilliant jade. Only Taoist Gu, Fan Meng, and Fan Li remained outside Yang Yi's room. Fan Meng and Fan Li had anxious expressions on their faces, and they wanted to enter his room on many occasions yet had restrained themselves in the end. Because Taoist Gu said that Yang Yi was cultivating, and it might be a critical moment. So, he couldn't disturb at such a moment, or it might cause all his efforts to be in vain. However, if Yang Yi still didn't emerge from his room, then the ancient sword school would really become the laughingstock of the prefecture. Taoist Gu was much more composed than the two sisters. At the very least, his expression seemed like that. At this moment, the entire north of the prefecture was in an uproar because the entire north was saying that Yang Yi didn't dare come to the Tao order, and the ancient sword school feared the Tao order. There were many people in the north who admired Yang Yi, and there were disciples of the ancient sword school and countless other independent cultivators amongst them. Because Yang Yi was really fierce, ruthless, domineering, and bold. The Tao order had existed in the prefecture for tens of thousands of years, and it was an extremely arrogant, overbearing, and cruel sect. Yet now, such a sect had been slapped in the face by Yang Yi. Needless to say, countless people felt extremely pleased by that. Especially the disciples of the ancient sword school. As they say, there's no place for two tigers on a hill. The north only had the Tao order and the ancient sword school, so it was constantly in conflict, and the disciples of their sects would always be fighting each other. So, when they found out that Yang Yi intended to head to the Tao order and challenge all its geniuses, the blood of all the disciples from the ancient sword school seethed with excitement. It could be said that Yang Yi's reputation had almost caught up to the Sword Emperor, Lu Weiner. Since there were those who admired him, there were naturally those who looked down upon him, and where there was hope, there was also disappointment. Because Yang Yi hadn't shown himself at the Tao order. So, those who once admired him instantly felt disdain and disappointment towards him. In their opinion, and it was especially so for the disciples of the ancient sword school, the members of the ancient sword school could lose their lives, but the ancient sword school could absolutely not be allowed to suffer any humiliation. Yet Yang Yi had chosen avoidance, had chosen to lose face. Numerous disciples of the ancient sword school had headed to the Tao order. This time, even the higher-ups of the ancient sword school weren't able to stop them from going. Actually, life was mostly about striving for honor and respect, and if one lost that, then what was the point of living? The Tao order. At this moment, more and more people were arriving around the pergola outside the Tao order. It wasn't just that area which was filled with people, cultivators covered the area around the mountain as well. All of them had naturally come here to see how Yang Yi challenged all the geniuses of the Tao order's younger generation by himself. However, there was no sign of Yang Yi at all. Fuck! To think that I used to admire him. I never expected him to be a coward. I even wasted my time waiting for him all day and night. Damn it! You only waited for a single day and night. I've been here for 3 days and 3 nights. I didn't even dare to relieve myself during this time because I was afraid that I'd miss the opportunity to witness Yang Yi in battle. I never expected that he would actually shrink back. Seriously, if you don't have the ability, then don't boast so fucking much. Isn't that like just tricking us on purpose? Indeed. I've been waiting for so long, yet he isn't coming. It's so fucking annoying to be in such a situation. I told all of you. Yang Yi was just talking. Challenge all the geniuses of the Tao order? Not to mention him, even the Sword Emperor, Lu Weiner, can't accomplish that. What are all of you getting impatient for? Isn't there still 2 hours before the day is over? Perhaps he'll arrive at the last moment? Experts like the element of surprise and suspense. So, let's just wait. He's come? He still hasn't come until now. I think he doesn't dare. Let me say it right now, I, Ning Tao, will eat shit on the spot if he comes. Look, the disciples of the ancient sword school are here. Suddenly, someone shouted, and everyone raised their heads to look over. They saw a few thousand rays of light tear through the sky. They seemed like a meteor shower that was shooting down towards the Tao order. Even if they were almost 3 kilometers away, everyone here could feel fierce sword intent coming from the meteor shower, and they couldn't look directly at it. The rays of light descended, and a few thousand disciples of the ancient sword school appeared beneath the cloud ascension stairs. Qindong, Neilaning, and Wu Yanzhong were leading the group. Oh my, what made so many geniuses of the ancient sword school come to my Tao order today? Suddenly, a slightly high-pitched and delicate voice resounded from above the stairs. Everyone here looked over and saw a man in a close-fitting white robe walking step by step down the stairs. The man had a very petite figure, and the close-fitting robe he wore even revealed a waist that was slim and curved like the waist of a woman. It seemed rather enchanting and sexy. There was a thick layer of powder on the man's face, and his lips were scarlet red like blood. The way the man walked was quite strange as well. It was like the way a cat walked, and it was extremely agile. Covered in makeup, sexy, and enchanting. This was the first impression that everyone had upon catching sight of him. The man walked down the stairs, glanced at Chandong and the others, and then said, "Which one of you is Yang Yi? Quickly step forward so that I can have a look and see exactly what sort of outstanding man you are to actually be able to kill the geniuses of my Tao order in succession. You even said that you would come to my Tao order to challenge all of our geniuses. TSK. How overbearing, arrogant, and haughty. Oh my, I love that sort of man. I can't take this anymore." Wu Yanzhong shook his head and was about to attack. However, Chandong stopped him. Wu Yanzhong looked at Chandong and saw that there was actually a solemn expression in Chandong's eyes. Wu Yanzhong was slightly shocked when he noticed this. Who exactly is this fellow to actually make Chandong reveal such a solemn expression? Chandong asked in a low voice. "You're Wang Yinyang?" A wisp of surprise flashed through the man's eyes as he said, "You actually recognize me? How could I not recognize the person who was once the #1 expert in the hidden path of the Tao order?" Chandong continued, "You're already a half-saint now, so the Tao order wouldn't have sent you to fight us, right? Fight all of you." Wang Yinyang shook his head and said, "All of you are so weak. How could I possibly do something like bullying all of you? I've merely come here to take a look at Yang Yi. Weak? And you're very strong?" It was a monarch realm disciple of the ancient sword school who spoke these words. Half-saints were actually not far beyond his reach because he had once killed a half-saint while he was at the one strength of the monarch realm. Wang Yinyang's gaze descended onto that man, and then he stretched out his hand and clawed at the man. Just like that, everyone watched with astonishment as that man immediately appeared before Wang Yinyang, and Wang Yinyang's pale white hand was holding tightly onto the man's throat. "Don't think that you're really amazing because you were able to surmount your realm of cultivation to kill a half-saint. I killed a bunch of high-rank half-saints while at the same realm of cultivation as you." Suddenly, Chandong drew his sword, and it was pointed straight at Wang Yinyang. It was so swift that it instantly arrived before Wang Yinyang. However, Wang Yinyang's expression didn't change at all. He just pressed his fingers together and flicked, and it flicked precisely against the tip of Chandong's sword. Wham! Chandong's sword trembled violently before bending like a bow. Meanwhile, Chandong's figure was pushed back repeatedly by the force of the collision, and he took around 20 steps back before he was finally able to stop himself. Crack! The clear and melodious sound of bones breaking resounded. Everyone looked over and saw that Wang Yinyang had broken the neck of that disciple from the ancient sword school. Wang Yinyang casually tossed the corpse away and said, "Trash like you intend to challenge the geniuses of my Tao order? Aren't you afraid of becoming the laughingstock of everyone? If those old fellows didn't prohibit me from bullying all of you, I would have annihilated all of you by now." When he spoke up to this point, he glanced coldly at the others from the ancient sword school and said, "What? You're disgruntled? Bite me. Wang Yinyang, when did you become so shameless?" Suddenly, a ray of light flashed, and then a middle-aged man arrived here. Wang Yinyang glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "I was wondering who it was, so it's Shi Sanshui. Oh my, what does the ancient sword school intend to do? Could it be thinking of crushing my Tao order? I'm so terrified." Shi Sanshui glanced coldly at Wang Yinyang, and then he turned around to gaze at the disciples of the ancient sword school. "All of you return right now. Oh my, they are going back?" Meanwhile, Wang Yinyang said, "Didn't the disciples of your ancient sword school come to spar with the disciples of my Tao order? Why are they leaving now? Could it be that all of you are afraid? Or perhaps you feel that you're inferior to my Tao order?" The expressions of those disciples from the ancient sword school instantly turned livid. Wang Yinyang smiled and said, "Third, fourth, come out here and experience the strength of the geniuses from the ancient sword school. Oh, it's just a spar, so you two bastards better not use too much of your strength. You must keep them alive, or we'll be in trouble if they get desperate and decide to destroy our Tao order." As soon as Wang Yinyang finished speaking, 2 men in linen clothes arrived here. One was at the monarch realm while the other was at the exalt realm. The man in the monarch realm glanced at the members of the ancient sword school before he said, "So long as you're at the monarch realm, you can fight me one by one or even fight me together." The other man didn't even spare them a glance and just spoke directly. "I don't like to waste time. All of you at the exalt realm can fight me together." Clamorous noise resounded in the surroundings. A moment later, one of the disciples from the ancient sword school attacked. Martial Enlightenment City. The door to Yan Ye's room was suddenly opened, and then Yan Yi ran out from within. He roared with laughter as he ran. "Ha! So that's what it was, so that's what it was, so that. That my ass!" Taoist Gu suddenly roared. "I've been fucking waiting for you all day and night. Cut the crap and go right now. I hope you're still in time." As soon as he finished speaking, Taoist Gu waved his right hand, and then a spatial rift appeared before them. After that, he grabbed Yan Yi and tossed him into the spatial rift. Chapter 868. The Tao Order. At this moment, the members of the ancient sword school were in intense battle with Third and Fourth below the cloud ascension stairs. Third was at the monarch realm, and his opponent was Neilan Ing. Both of them had been locked in battle for a long time. Neilan Ing was in a disadvantaged position, and she was only barely able to stand her ground in battle with him. As for Fourth, there were around 20 corpses on the ground near him, and all of them belonged to the disciples of the ancient sword school. Bang! An exalt realm cultivator of the ancient sword school was blasted flying, and then his body exploded apart in midair and transformed into a rain of blood. "Too weak." Force shook his head and said, "Yan Yi didn't come, so stop wasting time and just fight me all together." Tisk tsk. The exalt realm disciples of the ancient sword school are truly in a horrible state. There actually isn't a single person who's a match for that fellow, Fourth, from the Tao Order. Moreover, none of them was able to resist even 3 moves from him. Tsk. Does the ancient sword school have no one capable in the exalt realm? Will they just insist on sending these fellows to their doom? How could they not have anyone capable? Isn't Yan Yi one? Yan Yi? Don't even mention him, he's just a coward who's afraid of death. He would be here if he dared to come. But he still hasn't arrived until now. He's probably afraid of coming and dying here. Alas, what a pity. These disciples of the ancient sword school are clearly aware that they are no match for him, yet they still insist on fighting him in succession. It's all that fellow Yan Ye's fault. If you don't dare to come yourself, then don't talk big. Now, he boasted but didn't come, and it made these other members of the ancient sword school come give their lives away. I truly look down on such a person. Perhaps he was delayed by something? After all, Yan Yi doesn't seem like someone who's afraid of death no matter how you look at him. If he does come, then I, Ning Tao, will fucking eat 5 kilograms of shit. Suddenly, the space before the man who spoke those words trembled violently, and then a rift appeared there. After that, a man was tossed out from within it. Everyone here was stunned. Where am I? The man glanced at the surroundings and was slightly dazed. He's Yan Yi! He's Yan Yi! Someone suddenly pointed at the man and roared loudly with happiness and excitement. Yan Yi! Everyone here shot their gazes over towards the man. He was naturally Yan Yi. At this moment, he was quite dazed indeed, because had just charged out of his room before the world around him spun, and then had arrived here. Yan Yi seemed to have recalled something, and he suddenly grabbed that man, Ning Tao, who stood in front of him and said, "What time is it now?" Ning Tao gulped and said, It's almost dawn. Almost dawn." Yan Yi was stunned, and then his expression changed. "Fuck. I'm going to be late. Those bastards from the Tao Order wouldn't think that I'm afraid of them, right? Which direction is the Tao Order at?" Ning Tao was speechless. Yan Yi frowned, and then he glanced at the surroundings. Suddenly, he saw Chendong and Wu Yanzhong. If Yan Yi still didn't understand where he was now, then there would really be a problem with his intelligence. Yan Ye's gaze descended onto the corpses of the disciples from the ancient sword school, and a long time passed before he withdrew his gaze. After that, he glanced at the other members of the ancient sword school and said, "I want to try to apologize. They'll make the Tao Order pay with the lives of 2 for every single person from the ancient sword school that died here today, alright?" A long moment of silence ensued before one of the disciples from the sword school stepped forward and said, "If you can do that, then I'll still call you senior brother in the future, and I'll follow your every command." "Me too. Count me in." "Me." Yan Yi was late and a few dozen disciples of the ancient sword school had fallen. So, they were naturally resentful in their hearts. While they knew that Yan Yi had probably been delayed by something, it was an undeniable fact that the sword school had lost a few dozen of its disciples. However, the resentment in their hearts had dispersed quite a bit when they saw Yang Yi. After all, had come. Qindong and Wu Yanzhong walked over to Yan Yi, and then Qindong patted Yan Yi on the shoulder and said, "Be careful. That fellow's strength is greater than Nan K2. Wu Yanzhong spoke as well. "You better not die. Otherwise, our ancient sword school wouldn't just suffer a huge amount of losses this time, it would even be utterly disgraced." Yan Yi chuckled, and then he walked over to Fourth and said, "Before I came here, Taoist Gu said that I should just teach the Tao Order's disciples a good lesson and try my best not to cause any deaths. After all, I'm here to resolve the enmity between me and the Tao Order. In the beginning, I had the exact same thoughts, but now, I think that I should change those thoughts." Fourth walked slowly towards Yang Yi as he spoke. "There's no need to change anything because you won't have the chance to realize any of them." Suddenly, the space in front of Yang Yi wriggled, and then a huge sword appeared in front of him. The sword was extremely large and even taller than him. As for its width, it was almost 50 centimeters. Yan Yi was slightly stunned when he laid eyes on the huge sword because it felt slightly familiar to him. Meanwhile, Taoist Gus's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. "That was created by modifying your hammer. I added a few hundred types of materials. Not only has it maintained the effects of that hammer, it's even able to amplify your sword energy. Besides that, it has no other effects. But it should be absolutely suitable for you. Because you can swing it as a sword and smash with it like a hammer. Unfortunately, I didn't have a suitable equipment spirit for it, otherwise it would be even stronger." Yan Yi was overjoyed when he heard this. After all, the Herculean hammer wasn't bad in the past because it could amplify his physical strength, and it was even heavy like a mountain. So, an ordinary cultivator wouldn't even be able to resist a single strike from it. But its only flaw was that it couldn't be used as a sword. Of course, at his level of cultivation, anything and everything could be used as a sword. However, the Herculean hammer wasn't made to be used by a sword cultivator, so it couldn't carry his sword energy at all. Moreover, even if it could, wouldn't it be very troublesome to use a hammer as a sword in battle? After all, a hammer was very different from a sword. Yet now, the Herculean hammer had been modified and transformed into a sword. Not only could it be used as a sword, but it could also still be used to hammer others. Just as Taoist Gu had said, it really was suitable for him. "I'll call you the Herculean sword from now on." Yang Yi chuckled as he grabbed the Herculean sword's hilt with his right hand. It had just entered his grasp when Yang Yi's figure bent forward. Moreover, the Herculean sword had almost fallen out of his grasp. Yang Yi was shocked because the Herculean sword was extremely heavy. "You can't even lift your sword?" Meanwhile, there was a wisp of ridicule on the corners of Fourth's mouth. Yang Yi paid no attention to him. He just tightened his grip on the sword's hilt before raising it swiftly. Had succeeded at raising the sword, but it was very strenuous. Not to mention using it in battle, even walking was a problem for him right now. What exactly did Taoist Gu add into it? Even cold sweat had started to emerge from Yang Yi's skin. How terrifying was his physical strength right now? It was comparable to a demon beast at the mid-rank half-saint realm, but he was actually unable to even lift this sword with a single hand. "I don't have time to waste on you." Fourth flipped his palm, and a golden rod appeared in his grasp. He shook his wrist lightly, and then numerous rod images enveloped down towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he punched with his left fist. Bang! A blast of force surged out from his fist, and it caused the space before him to instantly ripple violently. As for the rod images, they were struck to the point of dispersing into nothingness. However, right when those rod images vanished, a ray of dazzling golden light flashed, and then a golden rod arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression didn't change at all, and he just punched once more with his left fist. His fist smashed against the tip of the rod. Bang! An explosion resounded from the point of collision, and then a strand of powerful force came from the rod and entered Yang Yi's fist. Yang Yi's expression suddenly changed as he moved backwards repeatedly, and he took almost 10 steps back before he finally stopped. The expressions of all the other disciples of the ancient sword school turned gloomy when they witnessed this scene, and there was even shock in their eyes. Yang Yi's physical body was comparable to the body of a demon beast at the half-saint realm. So, it was absolutely terrifying. However, Fourth's rod had actually been able to push him back. Yang Yi's brows knit together slightly as he glanced at his fist, and there was actually a depressed mark on his fist. There's something strange about that rod. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the rod. The rod had suddenly emanated a strand of powerful force earlier, and it had caught him slightly off guard and caused him to be pushed back. Meanwhile, Fourth had a solemn expression in his eyes, and a long time passed before he spoke solemnly. As expected of the person who killed Shadow and Nan K2. Not to mention that sword domain of yours, not more than 5 cultivators in the Exalt realm throughout the north are able to be a match for you even if they only go against your physical strength. When he spoke up to this point, Fourth took a deep breath and said, If we don't fight a life and death battle, then we can probably fight for a few days and nights. I believe that you don't have the time for that, and neither do I. So, how about we decide life and death with a single move? Yang Yi raised his head and glanced at the mountain which floated in the air, and he said, Are you the strongest in the Exalt realm throughout the Tao Order? Fourth shook his head and said, I can be considered to be the second. But it should be enough to kill you. Yang Yi replied, Many have said the same to me in the past. But all of them are dead now. A wisp of a savage expression suddenly appeared on Fourth's face. I think that you'll be the one to die this time, Yang Yi said. Then why don't you give it a try? Ha ha! Fourth suddenly leaped up into the air, and then he looked down at Yang Yi from above. Yang Yi, isn't your body very strong? Let me show you what truly strong physical strength is like. As soon as he finished speaking, Fourth suddenly shook his golden rod in Yang Yi's direction. As soon as that happened, the golden rod suddenly started transforming, and then an enormous golden dragon which was almost 3 kilometers long appeared in the sky and covered the surroundings in its shadow. A divine dragon! It's an equipment spirit! Chendong had shock in his eyes. Roar! The enormous dragon suddenly roared, and a strand of terrifying pressure rained down from the sky. Countless people in the surroundings were struck by the pressure to the point they laid flat on the ground while shivering incessantly. Yang Yi, isn't your physical strength very formidable? Come! Compete with this divine dragon! Fourth gazed at Yang Yi with a savage expression, while madness filled his eyes. A dragon? Oh. Yang Yi was slightly stunned as he gazed at the colossus in the sky. Would I fear a dragon? It's that dragon who should fear me, right? Chapter 869. How strong was a divine dragon? Yang Yi didn't know, but he knew that the dragon ancestor was definitely stronger than ordinary Saint Realm experts. Moreover, while this dragon before him was strong, it was clearly not at the Saint Realm. It was around the half-Saint Realm at most. Demo Beast was a race that truly placed importance on their bloodline, especially when it came to those of the same type. Unless the demon beast's strength was able to surpass its ancestor and allow its bloodline to undergo a transformation, otherwise the demon beasts of the same type would definitely have their bloodline suppressed by the bloodline of their ancestor. Because if a demon beast wanted to grow stronger, then it relied mainly upon its bloodline. Yang Yi! Come! Compete in physical strength with this divine dragon! Fourth's savage laughter echoed from the sky. Roar! As soon as Fourth spoke, the enormous dragon roared once more at Yang Yi, and a strand of terrifying dragon pressure pressed down towards Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, even space was squashed to a shocking degree, and it was an absolutely astounding sight. Roaring at me? Do you think you're the only one who knows how to roar? Yang Yi laughed coldly before he opened his mouth and suddenly roared. All the spectators watched with astonishment as the enormous dragon in the sky was actually struck down to the ground by Yang Yi's roar. The enormous dragon crashed to the ground and smashed a huge hole open, and then it laid flat within the hole while its huge eyes were filled with terror. It seemed like it had encountered something terrifying. The spectators were simply flabbergasted by this scene. Yang Yi leaped up onto the dragon's head. A wisp of rage flashed through its eyes when Yang Yi's feet descended onto its head, and it was about to flare up. However, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down. Bang! The dragon's figure sank over 50 m down, and it even started wailing. That's a dragon? That a supreme divine dragon of legend? As they watched the dragon lay flat on the ground and allow Yang Yi to step on it, everyone here was quite stunned, and this even included Fourth, Wang Yin-yang, and Third Hood stopped fighting. Submit or die! Yang Yi stood on the dragon's head as he looked down at it from above, and there wasn't even a trace of emotion in his eyes. As a divine dragon, how could it possibly submit to a human? While it did help Fourth, it was only acting as an equipment spirit, and Fourth had to pay a price in order to receive its help. However, this human before it actually wanted it to submit to him. How could that be possible? Roar! The dragon opened its mouth and roared, and it was filled with rage. However, Yang Yi raised his right leg and stomped down once more. Bang! Even its scales were instantly blasted apart, while it sunk down over 50 m more. However, because it was so huge, Yang Yi was still above ground. Roar! The enormous dragon's roar that carried sorrow and rage resounded from beneath the ground. It wanted to attack, but it was forcefully suppressed by that indescribable pressure. Yang Yi tapped his foot against the dragon's head and said, I asked you to submit because I recognize your worth, but I've actually killed countless existences like you. So, I'll give you one last chance, either submit or die. Yang Yi's foot started to press down against the dragon's head while he spoke. As Yang Yi's foot pressed down upon it, the scales on its head started to crack apart, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. How dare you! Suddenly, Fourth recovered from his shock. He leaped into the air and placed his palms over each other before pressing them down in Yang Yi's direction. Grand Flame Palm! A wave of flames instantly covered the sky, and then the flames transformed into a huge palm that was over 300 m long and wide. The palm floated silently in midair for an instant, and then it swiftly shot down from above. Bang! Everywhere it passed, space was torn apart and transformed into pieces, and a huge and long black hole appeared in the sky. It was an absolutely horrifying sight to behold. It's at least insane rank technique. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't act carelessly at all. He flipped his palm, and a Dao rank sword appeared in his grasp. The profound energy within him instantly started roiling before it surged into the sword. Mortal sword! Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the dragon's head, and then his figure instantly transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. Bang! The spectators watched as the ray of light smashed against the huge flaming palm, and then a moment of silence ensued before the ray of light tore through it. Bang! The flaming palm exploded apart in midair, and numerous waves of energy swept out incessantly and covered the sky. After that, sword howls and explosions resounded. But it didn't take long for all the noise to die down, and then a figure crashed down from the sky. It was Fourth's figure. A ray of light flashed, and then Yang Yi descended on the dragon's head again. He glanced coldly at Third and Wang Yin-yang before he said, You can send the next one now! As soon as they heard Yang Yi, Sword howls couldn't help but resound from the swords of countless disciples from the ancient sword school. The swords had sensed the happiness of their masters and couldn't help but let out such howls of joy. Meanwhile, the cultivators from all over the prefecture couldn't help but cheer for Yang Ye's display. What's a sword cultivator like? This is exactly it. This is how a sword cultivator should be. How formidable. Right, where's that fellow, Ning Tao? Didn't he say that he would eat 5 kilograms of shit if Yang Yi came? Where is he? Ning Tao, show yourself. Start eating shit right now. Ning Tao was at a loss for words. Wang Yinyang gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, You really are extraordinary. If my cultivation wasn't higher than you, then I would really want to spar with you. Not only can we spar in battle, we can even spar in bed. As he spoke, he even winked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi felt utterly disgusted. It's not your fault that you're like that, but you are at fault for disgusting me like this. Pfft. Some of the spectators in the distance couldn't restrain their laughter, but it didn't take long for their laughter to stop abruptly. Because their heads had flown into the air. Everyone here was shocked, and it even included the disciples of the ancient sword school. It was because many of them hadn't even been able to see how Wang Yinyang had attacked. Wang Yinyang gazed at Yang Yi and said, What did you say? Say it one more time if you have the balls. Yang Yi lowered his gaze to glance at the dragon, and he said, If you still refuse to give me an answer when I return, then I'll immediately transform you into a dead dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi looked at Wang Yinyang while a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes. You think the half-saint realm is very great? Huh! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi leaped up into the air and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Wang Yinyang. He was naturally not afraid that the dragon would flee. Because not to mention fleeing, it couldn't even move under the bloodline pressure he exerted upon it. Clamorous noise instantly arose in the surroundings when they saw Yang Yi attack Wang Yinyang. None of them had imagined that Yang Yi would actually attack Wang Yinyang, and this included the members of the ancient sword school. My God! That fellow's an expert at the half-saint realm, and he's even a monstrous genius who once killed half-saints at the Exalt realm. But Yang Yi actually dares to attack him? Has Yang Yi gone mad? Qindong and the others frowned as well because they felt that Yang Yi was a bit too rash. Yang Yi was strong, and his combat strength could even be described as abnormal. However, Wang Yinyang was a half-saint, so there were an entire 2 realms of cultivation between them. Moreover, Wang Yinyang was an extraordinary expert who could surmount his realm of cultivation to do battle as well. Wang Yinyang was slightly stunned as well. Even he had never expected Yang Yi to actually attack him. As soon as he recovered from his shock, a savage expression instantly crept onto his face because he felt that it was a form of contempt towards him. Since you're so eager to seek death, then I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Yinyang's voice suddenly turned into the voice of a woman, and he lightly pushed his hands forward once he finished speaking. A multicolored ribbon shot out from the center of his palm. The ribbon struck Yang Yi's sword energy, and then both attacks trembled violently before a huge explosion resounded and a powerful wave of energy swept swiftly towards the surroundings. The ray of light dispersed and Yang Yi's figure was pushed backwards. The mortal sword had been defeated for the very first time. If only I had my sword intent. Yang Yi sighed softly in his heart. It was naturally impossible for the mortal sword to be weak, and the main reason he was pushed back was because it wasn't enhanced by sword intent. Regardless of whether it was the mortal sword or Heavenrand, their strength was many times weaker without the support of sword intent. When 3-level heaven rank sword intent was added to sword techniques, it didn't just raise the strength of those techniques by a little bit. You've succeeded at infuriating me. Wang Yinyang started walking towards Yang Yi with a gloomy expression on his face. All the disciples of the ancient sword school present here can dream of leaving today. Had never been insulted like this since he made a name for himself. After all, even some high-rank half-saints wouldn't dare go against him. Yet now, this fellow, Yang Yi, had actually insulted him before the eyes of so many. So, even the Saint Realm experts of the Tao Order wouldn't be able to stop the intent to kill within his heart. Shi Sanshui's face changed slightly when he saw Wang Yin-yang walking towards Yang Yi, and he was just about to stop Wang Yin-yang when a sword howl resounded abruptly. He swiftly turned his head to look over, and he saw that Yang Yi had leaped up into the air while 100 Tao rank swords were floating around him. What is he doing? Shi Sanshui's face fell. If Wang Yin-yang had attacked Yang Yi, then he naturally had an excuse to stop Wang Yin-yang. But if Yang Yi had taken the initiative to attack, then he had no reason to stop the battle. Moreover, once he tried to stop the battle, the experts of the Tao Order would definitely stop him. Wang Yin-yang grunted coldly. Come! Let me see what exactly gave you such confidence to actually dare to challenge me. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he waved both his hands. Brothers, lend me your swords! As soon as he finished speaking, a few thousand sword howls suddenly resounded, and then a few thousand swords shot into the air. Chapter 870. How could the swords used by the disciples of the ancient sword school be ordinary? Practically every single one of them was at the Tao rank. If it was anyone else, then perhaps controlling thousands of swords would be difficult, but not to mention a few thousand, even over 10,000 was nothing to Yang Yi. The thousands of swords shot into the air before transforming into rays of light that circled around Yang Yi. While they weren't enhanced by sword intent, the strength they revealed wasn't weak at all. A powerful aura of the sword rained down from the sky. The disciples from the ancient sword school were in a comparatively better state as they could rely on their sword intent to resist it, but the spectating cultivators were in quite a bad state, and all of their bodies had started to shiver. It could be said that the aura Yang Yi emanated wasn't inferior to the dragon pressure from before. Wang Yin-yang said, Your sword controlling technique isn't bad, but if you're thinking of using these lousy swords to defeat me, then all I can say is that you're daydreaming. When he spoke up to this point, he started walking through the air towards Yang Yi while he said, I heard that you used beasts of desire to humiliate Man Ba. Good, very good. Don't worry, it'll allow you to experience the same in a moment. One attack! Yang Yi stretched out a finger and pointed it at Wang Yin-yang. If I can't kill you with one attack, then it'll flip the order of my name. One attack? Ha! Wang Yin-yang suddenly started roaring with laughter. His voice was quite strange because it kept alternating between the voice of a man and a woman, and it was very sharp and piercing to the ear. Countless people in the surroundings were rendered extremely uncomfortable by it. He laughed for a while before he pointed at Yang Yi and said, One attack? That's truly the most amusing joke in the past 10,000 years. When he spoke up to this point, madness and ferocity arose in his eyes. Besides Saint Realm experts, no one in the prefecture can kill me. Even Saint Realm experts would be absolutely incapable of killing me with one attack, let alone an ant at the Exalt realm like you. Let me tell you, just shut the fuck up. It's giving me goosebumps. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of sword howls resounded from the swords around him, and then countless rays of light shot forward. They were extremely swift, and instantly enveloped both Wang Yin-yang and himself. The rays of light overlapped each other in layers, and it completely enveloped them like a huge dumpling. And it'll allow you to witness what a true genius is like. Wang Yin-yang's sharp voice resounded from within the rays of light. However, a mysterious force suddenly appeared there, and the aura within the ball of light had been completely isolated. No one could discern what was happening in there. The sword domain? It'll destroy your sword domain today, and it'll allow Law. Wang Yin-yang, who was speaking from within the ball of light, suddenly let out a shrill cry of terror, and then his voice stopped abruptly. Outside the ball of light, the gazes of everyone here were fixed upon it. A long time passed before the light suddenly dispersed, and then the swords flew back to their owners. At the same time, a figure crashed down from the sky. It was Wang Yin-yang. Right when he was about to smash against the ground, a breeze swept by, and Wang Yin-yang's corpse instantly transformed into ashes that was blown off with the wind. It was silent. The surroundings were deathly silent. Wang Yinyan died just like that. That Wang Yinyan who once killed a high-rank half-saint has died just like that at the hands of an Exalt realm cultivator. It wasn't difficult to surmount one's realm of cultivation to kill an opponent at a higher realm of cultivation, and it was especially so for geniuses. However, surmounting one's realm of cultivation to kill a genius who could do the same was quite terrifying. Wang Yinyan was such an existence because had been able to kill half-saints while at the Exalt realm. So, how terrifying would he be at the half-saint realm? However, he was killed by an Exalt realm cultivator. The members of the sword school were extremely shocked as well, because they never imagined that Yan Yi could actually kill Wang Yinyan. While they didn't know how Yan Yi accomplished that, it was definitely a good thing for the sword school. Countless disciples of the ancient sword school started cheering while sword howls shot into the heavens. What's it like for the younger generation to surpass the old? What's it like for there to always be a greater genius? This is exactly it. Someone sighed. Do all of you think Yan Yi or Lu Weiner is stronger? It should be Lu Weiner. She should have attained 3-level heaven rank sword intent by now, but Yan Yi isn't even at the 1st level. I think it's Lu Weiner as well. She possessed the void sword physique, and it's a physique born to train in the sword. But Yan Yi is an inferior as well. Yan Yi slowly descended onto the head of the dragon, and then he looked up at the mountain which floated in the sky and said, Dao order, who else? Who else? Who else? Countless disciples of the sword school shouted in unison, and their voices surged through the world and reverberated incessantly. A long time passed before a white-robed old man suddenly appeared before Yan Yi. Yan Yi's heart shook because it was a Saint Realm expert. The old man asked in a low voice, How did you kill him? Yan Yi was very strong, extremely strong. But even if he activated the sword domain, it was impossible for Yan Yi to have killed Wang Yinyan. When Yan Yi activated the sword domain earlier, had thought that Yan Yi was fighting desperately, but now it would seem like that wasn't the case at all. Yan Yi had actually activated the sword domain to conceal the situation within the ball of light. In other words, Yan Yi might have some other trump cards. Yan Yi replied, He was too weak, so I just killed him like that. It's not my fault, right? The corners of the old man's eyes twitched slightly, and a long time passed before he said, Good, very good. The ancient sword school had Lu Weiner, and now it has you. Looks like it's really going to rise up in the world. When he spoke up to this point, he glanced at the huge dragon which laid flat in the hole and said, I'm very curious about one more thing. Why are you able to use bloodline pressure against that divine dragon? Why don't you guess? Yan Yi naturally wouldn't tell the old man that he possessed the blood of the dragon ancestor. After all, those who kept a high profile would usually die quickly. The old man spoke solemnly. What's your connection to the dragon race in the Central Divine Prefecture? The Central Divine Prefecture? Yan Yi's brows knit together slightly. So there's a dragon race in the Radiant Dimension as well. He pondered deeply for a long time before he said, I'm a scion of the dragons. He sensed that there was slight fear coming from the old man when he spoke about the dragon race. So, he didn't mind scaring the old man. The scion of the dragons? The old man's brows knit together. He clearly didn't understand what that meant. Yan Yi nodded and started making things up. A scion of the dragons is a person amongst the human race who represents the dragon race. In other words, their representative amongst the humans. If anyone dares to touch me, then hmph, the old man suddenly said. Do you think we fear the dragon race? Yan Yi said. I said nothing like that. No matter who you are, this enmity won't end without the death of one side. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man vanished on the spot. After the old man vanished, a man appeared at the top of the cloud ascension stairs. He wore a gray-colored embroidered robe while his hair was tied into a ponytail with a black ribbon. Moreover, it was very long to the point it touched the ground. There was a gray saber hanging on the left side of the man's waist while the sleeve on his left arm fluttered lightly with the wind. There was nothing within the sleeve, he had lost an arm. Once you kill me, there will be no one in the Exalt realm throughout the Tao Order who's a match for you. The man's voice drifted down from above. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Wait a moment, he'll be there right after." He lowered his head to gaze at the huge dragon which laid flat on the ground and said, "I've returned. Now you can make your decision. Will you follow me, or will you stay prideful until the end?" The reason he hadn't killed the dragon and refined it into a sword servant was mainly because he wanted to make it into his equipment spirit. An equipment spirit couldn't be something dead. The Herculean sword lacked a sword spirit, and if he made this dragon into its equipment spirit, then its strength would definitely rise greatly. Of course, if the dragon wasn't sensible, then he didn't mind killing it and transforming it into a sword spirit. A long moment of silence ensued before the dragon suddenly said, "Are you really a representative of my dragon race?" If an ordinary person had spoken those words, then he would have definitely swallowed that person. What a joke! He had never heard of the dragon race getting a representative amongst the human race. However, he was slightly convinced when Yang Yi spoke those words. It was none other than because Yang Yi could exert bloodline pressure on him. Yang Yi was delighted when he heard the dragon, and then he spoke seriously. "Of course. Do you know why I can exert bloodline pressure on you? It's because I possess the blood essence of a supreme expert from the dragon race. That supreme expert said that if I found any dragons who broke the rules of the dragon race while I traveled through the world, then am permitted to kill first and report later." When he spoke up to this point, Yan Yi's voice suddenly grew even heavier. "You're a member of the dragon race, yet you willingly became the equipment spirit of another. That's truly an insult to the honor of the dragon race. So I should kill you. However, out of consideration for the difficulties you face to attain such a cultivation, I won't kill you and will even praise you before the patriarch in the future." "Really?" The dragon suddenly became excited. Yan Yi spoke solemnly. "Am the scion of the dragons at any rate. Why would I deceive you?" The dragon pondered deeply for a long time before he said, "All right, I'm willing to follow you. You won't regret this decision." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his right hand and placed the dragon within the ancient sheath. He hadn't checked how huge the space within the ancient sheath was. In any case, he was sure that it wouldn't be a problem for it to even accommodate a few dozen dragons. Meanwhile, Chendong walked over to Yang Yi and said, "Congratulations on obtaining a divine dragon." When he spoke up to this point, he pointed at the stairs before them and said, "Are you interested in ascending those stairs?" Yang Yi asked. "Is there anything special about it?" Chendong spoke flatly. "Nothing much. But if you can reach the end of it, then I think the Tao Order would definitely have an utterly unsightly expression on their faces." Yan Yi's brows knit slightly together. "Is it very difficult?" Chendong replied. "It isn't that difficult. You'll know once you try." Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Then I'll give it a try." He started walking towards it once he finished speaking. As he watched Yang Yi walk towards the cloud ascension stairs, Wu Yanzhong suddenly walked over to Chendong and said, "Is it really good to trick him like that?" Chendong shrugged. "I didn't trick him. He went over willingly." Wu Yanzhong was speechless. "Look! Yang Yi intends to ascend the cloud ascension stairs." Chapter 871. All those years ago, the founding ancestor of the Tao Order was afraid that those in power would become corrupt and engage in favoritism. So, he created a rule. Any who conformed to the requirements of willpower and temperament would immediately become outer court disciples of the Tao Order. If they pass the test of strength, then they'll be immediately recruited as inner court disciples. If they pass the test of the heart, then they would become the personal disciple of the Tao Order's master. No one from the Tao Order is allowed to go against those rules. There was a strange smile on the corners of Chendong's mouth. "How bad do you think the faces of those fellows from the Tao Order would look if he passes the test of the heart?" Wu Yanzhong suddenly said. "What if he passed the test of the Tao?" "Impossible!" Chendong shook his head. "Even though I don't know what that test is, even the protector of order had been stopped by it. So, it's obvious how terrifying that test is. Moreover, there hasn't been a single person that has passed it since the founding ancestor of the Tao order created those tests. While Yang Yi is an extraordinarily monstrous genius, I don't think he's at a level that surpasses all the past geniuses of the Tao order. Right. Wu Yanzhong nodded, and then he suddenly said, "So, if Yang Yi really passes through the test of the heart and joins the Tao order, then wouldn't we have lost everything?" Qindong was speechless. The Cloud Ascension stairs had 5 tests on them, and they were tests of willpower, temperament, strength, the heart, and the Tao. These tests weren't related to a person's actual strength, and even an ordinary person could face those tests, because it tested a person's willpower and temperament. While an ordinary person might have no strength, that ordinary person would definitely possess willpower and a temperament of his own. The only difference was how great it was. Something worthy of mentioning was that one couldn't utilize one's strength while attempting to pass through the one-stand-tune test of the Cloud Ascension stairs. Because if one could utilize one's strength, then the tests would be pointless. Yang Yi had just stepped onto the stairs when a strand of heavy press descended upon him. At the same time, Yang Yi noticed to his astonishment that some sort of restriction seemed to have been placed upon him. The profound energy within him had instantly fallen into a deathly silent state, and he couldn't circulate it no matter what. Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant before continuing forward. As he moved forward, the pressure upon him grew stronger and stronger, but he didn't stop and even started walking faster. The one's test is to ascend 108 steps on the stairs. The Protector of Order broke the record in the Tao Order that day and merely used less than 30 breaths of time to complete those 108 steps. Do all of you think Yang Yi will be able to break that record? Probably not. Based on his current speed, it would take around 100 breaths of time at least to complete those 108 steps. Look quickly! He's speeding up. Look! He's going faster and faster. What the fuck? He's running! All the others looked over and saw Yang Yi was actually dashing up the stairs. At this moment, all of them were flabbergasted, including Qindong's group. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to run through those 108 steps. 21 breaths of time. Someone gasped. Qindong spoke softly. Exactly how monstrous is he? Actually, all of them didn't know much about Yang Yi because it was like had just appeared out of nowhere. As for his strength, they knew that it was extremely strong and mysterious. So, they tried their best to think highly of Yang Yi's natural talent and true strength, but now they noticed that they seemed to have underestimated it all. When the Protector of Tao attempted the tune test, he stayed on the spot for 20 breaths of time. How long do all of you think Yang Yi will take? At least 40 breaths of time. His willpower is absolutely strong, but perhaps his temperament isn't that great. Hee hee. It'll be fun if he's able to break the Protector of Order's record again. Everyone watched as Yang Yi took a step forward, and he entered the tune test, the test of temperament. Yang Yi's foot had just descended onto the next stair when the scene before him instantly changed. He was on a plain, and the sky above was gray in color. Moreover, the surroundings were filled with a dense aura of blood, severed limbs, and countless corpses. A huge cavalry covered the area over 1 kilometer away from Yang Yi. Every single one of them was at the monarch realm, and there were almost 1 million of them. All of these cavalries had scarlet-red armor, and they emanated fierce killing intent that was even stronger than slaughter intent. Every single one of them was staring at Yang Yi, and boundless killing intent filled their eyes. Kill! Suddenly, a black armored cavalry who led the army raised his spear and pointed it at Yang Yi. Kill! The entire army roared furiously, and their voices simply seemed capable of tearing the earth apart and blasting the sky into pieces. The aura they emanated was beyond terrifying. Kill! As soon as they shouted once more, the entire army charged at Yang Yi. How terrifying was it when an army of 1 million cavalry charged forward? Under such circumstances, even a high-rank half-saint would probably be completely suppressed by their imposing aura. It's real, very real. That was what Yang Yi thought at this moment. At the moment they charged at him, he sensed a trace of trembling coming from the depths of his soul. After all, The scene of a million monarch realm experts charging at someone was extremely terrifying. Even if he possessed the enlightened sword heart and knew that all of it wasn't real, he still couldn't help but be slightly deterred. However, all of this was truly inferior when compared to the calamity that profounder continent faced that day. After all, this was nothing when compared to the lightning of obliteration sent down by the eye of the heaven Tao. So, Yan Yi took a step forward and suddenly roared, "Fuck off!" As soon as he spoke, it was like a tornado had swept forward, and the scene before him instantly changed. A moment passed before everything returned to normal. The illusion had vanished, and Yan Yi took another step forward. Clamorous noise immediately resounded in the surroundings. 3 breaths of time. He actually used only 3 breaths of time. My God! Is there something wrong with the cloud ascension stairs? He actually used just 3 breaths of time. My God! Heavens! I was almost terrified to death when I faced them that day, and even if I realized it wasn't real in the end, I was still terrified to the point my legs felt weak. But he actually used just 3 breaths of time. I've attempted that test in the past. I ran like a madman at that time, and I wished for nothing more than to have more legs. But why was he able to overcome it with such ease? If he wasn't an enemy of the Tao Order, I might even suspect that the Tao Order was letting him pass through with ease. 3 breaths of time. The protector of order can probably go smash his head against a wall now. Chen Dong and Wu Yanzhong exchanged glances, and both of them saw shock in each other's eyes. Yang Yi paid no attention to the other. He just continued forward, and the scene before him changed once more when he ascended over a dozen steps. This time, he was in a private room. There was a person standing not too far away from him, and it was none other than him. It was a person who looked exactly like him. The only difference was that this Yang Yi was at the peak of the monarch realm, and he just happened to be an entire realm stronger than the real Yang Yi. Yang Yi spoke softly. "This is the test of strength. Heavenrand!" Suddenly, the Yang Yi who stood before him drew his sword, and then a ray of sword energy swept towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched because this Yang Yi's Heavenrand was even stronger than his own because that Yang Yi had actually overlapped 30 Heavenrands. Yang Yi didn't try to put up any defenses, and he just allowed it to strike him. Bang! Yang Yi took around 10 steps back. It isn't an illusion. Yang Yi had a solemn expression in his eyes as he gazed at the mark on his chest. Earlier, he was bewildered because he possessed the enlightened sword heart. So while illusions might be able to deceive his eyes, it was absolutely impossible for any illusions to deceive his heart. However, he felt that the scene before him was extremely real. But he still intended to confirm it. Sure enough, it was real because he had been injured by the sword energy. Actually, if 30 overlapped Heavenrands were enhanced by sword intent, then it would be absolutely capable of breaking through his defenses. Unfortunately, it wasn't. So it was much weaker. Suddenly, the fake Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot towards him. It was the mortal sword technique. You can copy my techniques, but can you copy the energy of the laws? Yang Yi muttered, and then he tapped his right foot against the ground and the decay laws swept out from beneath his foot. In an instant, the scene before him melted like snow beneath the scorching sun, and it vanished in an instant. He broke another record! Another record! The protector of order stood on the spot for around 6 hours that day, yet he actually used less than 10 breaths of time. Is the Tao Order really not going easy on him? Don't get anxious. Relax. The true test has only just begun. Many people passed the first 3 tests with ease, but they were stopped by the 4th. Even the protector of order was held back at the 4th for 3 days and 3 nights. Hee. Yang Yi will probably be stopping here. Because the 4th is supposedly unrelated to one's temperament, or natural talent. Then what's the test related to? I don't know. In any case, I heard that a question left behind by the Tao Order's founding ancestor resides there. The correct answer will allow him to pass, but the wrong answer will immediately expel him from the stairs. Everyone watched as Yang Yi took another 10 steps forward. Just like it had before this, the scene before him changed once more. Yan Yi opened his eyes, and then his expression suddenly changed. Because Su Qinshi, Xiao Yushi, Anbairu, and Nanjing, Qin Siye, Ding Xiaoyao, and the others were standing before him. If only one of them can accompany you until death, then who would you choose? A voice suddenly resounded. Who would I choose? Chapter 872. Su Qinshi, Xiao Yushi, Anbairu, and Nanjing, Qin Siye, Ding Xiaoyao. Yan Yi glanced at them all, and then he smiled. Can I choose them all? The voice replied. No. That's the rule. You're in my territory, so you have to follow my rules, Yan Yi said. What if I insist? Then you'll die. The voice continued. Death awaits those who break the rules. As soon as the voice finished speaking, a mysterious force suddenly appeared here, and then the space throughout the surroundings started trembling, as if it would shatter at any moment. That force was extremely powerful, and Yan Yi immediately discerned that he was far from being a match for the force in the surroundings. Because it was the force of a Saint Realm expert. The voice said, This is your last chance. Answer me. Yan Yi shook his head. I still insist on choosing all of them. A moment of silence ensued before the voice said, Why? Aren't you afraid of death? Yan Yi pointed at his heart and said, If I choose any one of them, then it would be equivalent to betraying the rest. Betraying them would be equivalent to betraying my heart and causing me to feel guilty. A man should live without guilt to the heavens, the earth, or himself. So, I choose all of them. The voice remained silent for a long time before it said, The test of the heart is a test of a clear conscience. You've passed. You can become the personal disciple of the current sect master of the Tao Order, and no one including the sect master can refuse. As soon as the voice finished speaking, the scene before him changed once more and everything returned to normal. 20 breaths of time. He broke another record. Countless spectators in the surroundings were astounded, and it included Qindong and the others. If they weren't aware that the Tao Order wanted to kill Yan Yi, even they would think that the Tao Order was going easy on Yan Yi and helping him pass through the tests. After all, the Protector of Order had been trapped in the Four Thatis for around 6 hours. But Yan Yi had just used 20 breaths of time. So, it made them wonder if Yan Yi was too monstrous, or that fellow, the Protector of Order, was too worthless. The surroundings were deathly silent as everyone was silently awaiting the Tao Order's response. After all, the Tao Order's founding ancestor had said that anyone who passed the Four Thatis could become the personal disciple of the current sect master. Moreover, no one could change that rule, and even the sect master couldn't deny it. If the Tao Order's founding ancestor was dead, then perhaps the Tao Order's master might refuse Yan Yi. After all, Yan Yi was their enemy. However, the problem was that the Tao Order's founding ancestor seemed to still be alive. A long time passed before a voice resounded from the mountain in the sky. One not from my own sect definitely carries ill intent. My Tao Order won't accept you as a disciple. The founding ancestor would definitely accept my decision if he finds out. The surroundings remained very calm because this response was within their expectations. Yan Yi had killed so many members of the Tao Order, and had even trampled upon the Tao Order's face in public. If they were to accept him as a disciple of their sect now, then where would the Tao Order put its face? Most importantly, if the Tao Order agreed and Yan Yi refused, then the Tao Order would be truly humiliated. Because countless people would spread the word that the Tao Order had begged Yan Yi to join them, but Yan Yi refused. If something like that happened, then the Tao Order wouldn't just lose face, it would become the laughingstock of the entire prefecture. So, no matter which reason it was, the Tao Order would absolutely not take the initiative to recruit Yan Yi as a disciple of their sect, unless Yan Yi asked himself. But was that even possible? If Yan Yi were to ask the Tao Order to accept him, then it wouldn't just be his reputation that's destroyed, the ancient sword school's reputation would be destroyed as well. Moreover, Yan Yi would offend the ancient sword school in the process. Coupled with the severe enmity between Yan Yi and the Tao Order, Yang Yi might have to face two enemies instead of just one. So, it was impossible for Yang Yi to request the Tao Order to accept him. Thus, the matter between Yang Yi and the Tao Order still hadn't come to an end. Yang Yi wasn't surprised by the Tao Order's response. He smiled and was about to continue forward to attempt the five thatist. However, the one-armed man suddenly appeared in front of him. The one-armed man said, "You're very strong." Yang Yi replied, "You're not weak yourself." Even though he hadn't fought the man, his intuition told him that the man was slightly dangerous. "I once attempted to ascend the Cloud Ascension stairs, but I was trash when compared to you." The one-armed man continued, "I'm really curious. Did you pass with your own ability, or did you use some other methods?" Yang Yi said, "Is that important?" The man replied, "To be honest, it felt very uncomfortable to see you pass through 4 tests with such ease." Yang Yi said, "Wouldn't you know the answer if you attacked me?" The man pondered deeply for a moment before he nodded. "Right." As soon as he finished speaking, he placed his right hand on the hilt of the saber which hung on his waist. In an instant, a terrifying strand of saber intent surged out explosively from within him. Everywhere it passed, space started rippling incessantly, and there were even countless fine cracks spreading through it. It was an utterly shocking sight. Peak Toon level heaven rank saber intent! A solemn expression arose in Shandong's eyes when he witnessed this scene. Because the one-armed man's saber intent was no ordinary Toon level heaven rank saber intent, it was Peak Toon level heaven rank saber intent. In other words, the one-armed man might advance to the 3 level of heaven rank saber intent at any moment. Shandong and the others gazed at Yang Yi, yet they noticed that he seemed extremely calm and composed, and this allowed them to instantly relax slightly. The one-armed man held the hilt of his sword and said, "The moment you arrived just happened to be the critical moment of my charge into the 3 level of heaven rank saber intent. I was 50% confident in my ability to succeed. Unfortunately, you arrived and even killed forth. While the elders refused to let me leave my closed-door cultivation, and they even asked me to rest at ease and charge into the 3 level of heaven rank saber intent. But how can I possibly stand by idly when my Tao Order is in trouble? Not to mention that I'm the only one amongst the Exalt Realm disciples who can fight you. Come! Let me witness the ability of your ancient sword school." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly drew his saber and slashed it down. Torrent Splitter! A ray of saber energy that was over 10 m long shot forward, and it tore through the sky towards Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, even space was immediately sliced apart, and a huge spatial rite was left in its wake. Moreover, the spatial rift wasn't just unable to close swiftly, it was even growing larger and larger. In the end, it was over 15 m wide. The spectators were beyond shocked when they witnessed this scene, because even a half-saint would probably be unable to execute such a terrifying attack. Yang Yi had a serious expression in his eyes because that attack could pose a threat to him. While his body was comparable to the body of a demon beast at the mid-rank half-saint realm, it wasn't invincible. If nothing unexpected happened, then even if he could survive by using his body to forcefully resist that attack, he would definitely lose a limb or two. So, Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly at all. He flipped his palm and the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. After that, his profound energy surged madly into the ancient sheath while a sword appeared in his right hand. He sheathed it and drew it swiftly. The sword shattered as a strand of sword energy flashed forward. It was an attack that carried 20 overlapped heavenrands. The sword energy and saber energy collided. Bang! A huge explosion resounded in the sky as countless threads of sword energy and saber energy swept towards the surroundings. Space was instantly torn apart before them while a powerful wave of energy surged out from the point of collision, and it shattered the space and its path into bits. Suddenly, another strand of saber energy swept through the air, and it shot swiftly towards Yang Yi. Moreover, it completely obliterated the remaining sword energy and saber energy in its path. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he sheathed his sword and immediately drew it in one smooth and swift motion. Wham! The sword shattered as a sword howl resounded, and a strand of sword energy swept forward. The sword energy and saber energy collided once more. This time, the saber energy instantly blasted Yang Yi's sword energy apart and continued forward. It instantly arrived before Yang Yi and was about to slash Yang Yi into two. Sword energy that isn't enhanced by sword intent is too weak in the end. Looks like I must restore my sword intent as soon as possible once this is over. Yang Yi sighed in his heart as he took a step forward, and then he clenched his right fist and punched. Bang! Yang Yi's arm and the saber energy trembled violently before the saber energy was blasted apart. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was pushed over 10 steps back by the force carried by the saber energy. The one-armed man was about to draw his saber again when Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. He was in front of the one-armed man when he appeared once more, and then a ray of light flashed as the tip of a sword arrived before the one-armed man's forehead. The corners of the one-armed man's eyes twitched, but his reaction wasn't slow at all. His figure moved slightly to the side and dodged Yang Yi's attack while he launched a slanted stab with his saber. It was at an extremely tricky angle, and it shot directly at Yang Yi's heart. Yang Yi didn't try to ward off the attack, and he just twisted his sword slightly and slashed it down. Bang! Hiss! Yang Yi took 3 steps back while a very deep mark from a saber could be seen on his chest. However, it hadn't pierced through his skin. But there was a drop of blood on the tip of his sword. The spectators were shocked by this scene and quickly shot their gazes towards the one-armed man. They saw a blood-red mark running down from the man's forehead to his chin. Blood was seeping out incessantly from within the injury, and it didn't take long for it to cover his entire face. Your body is very strong. The one-armed man gazed at Yang Yi while his voice still remained very calm. However, there was a solemn and fearful expression in his eyes. Earlier, if he hadn't dodged instinctively at the critical moment, then he would have definitely been chopped into 2 right now. Indeed! Yang Yi nodded. It could be said that he could rely on his physical body to remain in a practically invincible position during battles with those at the same realm of cultivation as him. I have a technique that I practiced painstakingly for 15 years, but I've never used it until now. I have no choice but to use it now. As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of dark blue flames suddenly arose around the one-armed man's body. At the same time, the aura he emanated started rising madly. In just an instant, the one-armed man's hair had turned snow white while wrinkles covered his entire face, and his entire body surged with death energy. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed while a solemn expression appeared in his eyes for the very first time during the battle. Because it was soul ignition. Moreover, his soul wasn't the only thing that the one-armed man had ignited his lifespan and blood as well. Chapter 873. The saber in the one-armed man's hand shook violently while the space around it actually started cracking apart, and those cracks quickly swept towards the surroundings. In less than a breath of time, the space around both Yang Yi and the one-armed man had numerous fine cracks all over it. The space in the surroundings wasn't able to endure the one-armed man's saber energy. Spatial rifts were very terrifying to many, but it wasn't that terrifying to experts like them who'd grasped the secrets of space. Of course, the precondition was that they weren't swept into the chaotic flow of space. Otherwise, not to mention them, even a high-rank half-saint would be minced into bits. Yang Yi! Let's do this! As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his saber down, and a beam of saber energy shot out from the tip of his saber. Everywhere it passed, space melted like snow in boiling oil, and it instantly shattered into pieces. The powerful force and energy carried within the saber energy even blasted apart a few hills that were around 3 kilometers around them. Moreover, even the ground had started to crack apart. All the disciples of the ancient sword school had heavy expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene. They had no doubt that this attack could kill a half-saint, and even a mid-rank half-saint with ease. How will Yang Yi deal with this attack? All of them shot their gazes towards Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi took a step forward, and the shattered space around him was instantly restored to its original state. At the same time, The saber energy immediately started slowing down before finally stopping on the spot. Everything in the surroundings seemed to have been frozen. The sword domain. Excitement and joy surged through the eyes of all the disciples of the ancient sword school because it was the sword domain that they dreamed of possessing. Moreover, they'd never laid eyes on the sword domain in their lifetimes. After all, even the sword emperor of the ancient sword school, Lu Weiner, hadn't grasped such a profound ability like the sword domain. All the disciples of the sword school stared fixedly at Yang Yi as they were deeply afraid of missing even the slightest detail. Shatter! As soon as Yang Yi spoke, the saber energy instantly shattered into pieces and transformed into nothingness. The one-armed man's saber energy was truly formidable. After all, had ignited his soul, blood, and lifespan. So, it could really kill a half-saint with ease. However, the one-armed man was still quite weak in Yang Yi's opinion. To be more precise, they weren't on the same level at all. If the Tao Order knew what had happened on Profounder Continent, then its higher-ups would definitely die of regret. The sword domain. There was a trace of shock in the deathly still eyes of the one-armed man, and there was also a wisp of unwillingness and helplessness. However, it didn't take long for his eyes to close while his figure crashed down to the ground. The Tao Order had lost once more. Countless disciples of the ancient sword school started cheering and shouting with joy. Yang Yi raised his head and looked up towards the sky. Who else? Tao Order, who else do you have? Tao Order, who else do you have? Tao Order, who else do you have? Countless disciples of the sword school roared furiously. It could be said that this was the most satisfying conflict after fighting with the Tao Order for so long. Because the ancient sword school had completely trampled upon the Tao Order's honor. Qindong suddenly appeared by Yang Yi's side and said, "Be careful." Yang Yi nodded. The Tao Order had three choices now. The first was to continue sending experts to fight him, the two was to choose to end the conflict peacefully, and the three was to fight desperately to the death and disregard all rules. The first two choices weren't that bad, but the last was definitely extremely dangerous. Even though he knew that the sword school had definitely dispatched Saint Realm experts to protect him from the shadows, if the Tao Order really shed all pretenses and stopped abiding by the rules, then he would absolutely face death. After all, he would be pursued by Saint Realm experts, and it might even be a few of them. This really doesn't feel good. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed. He really could be considered to be a monstrous genius right now, and he was very strong as well. However, that was only in comparison to those at the same realm of cultivation. He was still too weak when compared to Saint Realm experts, he was extremely weak before them. He was very well aware of that, and the only reason he was still alive right now was because he had the ancient sword school's protection. It had nothing to do with him at all. I must restore my sword intent as soon as possible. My strength must be improved as quickly as I can as well. Yang Yi had decided that he would concentrate on cultivating once he was done here and try his best to raise his strength to the half-saint realm. Only by attaining the half-saint realm would he have a chance at resisting saint realm experts, and even if he couldn't defeat them, he would be able to flee at least. So, he wouldn't be in the same situation as he was now. One where he would have no chance to escape if a Saint Realm expert decided to act against him. There was a long period of silence in the surroundings before a voice suddenly came from the sky. Yang Yi, no one in the Exalt realm throughout my Tao Order is a match for you. If you're confident in your ability, then why don't you ascend to the Monarch realm? Qindong and the others immediately heaved sighs of relief when they heard this. Because it represented that the Tao Order hadn't chosen to shed all pretenses. If it had, then it would definitely result in an outcome where both sides were severely injured. Once that happened, the Demon King in the north would definitely act, and then both the Tao Order and Ancient Sword School would cease to exist. It wasn't that the Tao Order didn't want to go to war with the Ancient Sword School, it didn't dare to. Similarly, the Ancient Sword School didn't dare to as well. That was the main reason why there had been no large-scale wars between the Tao Order and Ancient Sword School even if they were hostile against each other. A slight smile appeared on the corners of Yan Yi's mouth when he heard the voice, and he said, "Advancing to the monarch realm isn't something that can be accomplished at will. Moreover, once I do, it represents that your Tao order can send monarch realm experts to fight me. That would be a huge loss to me, and it might even result in my death." The voice said, "Are you afraid of death?" "Of course I am," Yan Yi continued. "Is anyone not afraid of death?" The voice resounded once more. "If you don't advance to the monarch realm, then I guarantee that you'll die right now." Yan Yi withdrew his smile and looked up into the sky for a long time before he said, "Looks like your Tao order intends to play with me until the end." The voice replied, "Isn't that what your ancient sword school wants?" Yan Yi remained silent for a long time before he spoke once more. "I can advance into the monarch realm, but I have a condition. I'm sure you're aware that advancing into the monarch realm requires a huge amount of extreme-grade energy stones, and I just so happen to be very poor. So, 100,000! 100,000? Yan Yi was stunned, and then he spoke angrily. "Do you think I'm like the disciples of your Tao order? I'm not a weakling like them. If I'm going to advance into the monarch realm with my natural talent and potential, then how could it be possible without at least 1,000,000 extreme-grade energy stones?" 1,000,000! Countless people gasped throughout the surroundings when they heard him. What a bastard! 1,000,000! While such an amount of energy stones was nothing to the Tao order, it was an astronomical figure to anyone else. Such exaggeration! He even dares to extort the Tao order. This is really something only he is capable of. I think I feel slight admiration for him now. While he's quite arrogant, I have to say that he really is qualified to act like that." After a long moment of silence, the voice resounded once more. "Do you really want to die?" Yan Yi laughed coldly. "Don't threaten me because it's completely useless against me. I'll say it right now, give me 1,000,000 extreme-grade energy stones and I'll advance to the monarch realm right away. If you don't, then I'll continue challenging the Exalt realm cultivators of your Tao order. Of course, if your Tao order is shameless enough and sends monarch realm experts to fight me, then I have nothing to say. Give it to him." Suddenly, an extremely dignified voice resounded from the mountain in the sky. As soon as the voice resounded, a spatial ring immediately appeared in front of Yan Yi. Yan Yi swept it with his consciousness and determined that there were exactly 1,000,000 in there. Yan Yi glanced at the sky and said, "Since your Tao order wants to play until the end, then let's play." As soon as he finished speaking, bang! A terrifying aura erupted from Yan Yi, and it caused the space around him to ripple violently. It was an extremely shocking sight. The monarch realm. All the spectators were dumbstruck. He attained the monarch realm just like that. What? How monstrous is he? Watching him makes me feel like I cultivated throughout my lifetime in vain. The corners of Qindong and Wu Yanzhong's mouth twitched as well because it was truly quite a blow to everyone's confidence. "Good! Very good!" The voice from the sky was quite low and gloomy, and the killing intent within it wasn't concealed at all. "Why don't," Yang Yi suddenly said, "why don't we shake hands and make peace, all right?" An uproar immediately erupted in the surroundings. The expressions of all the disciples from the ancient sword school changed slightly. What's he trying to do? Could he be afraid of the Tao order? Many disciples of the sword school revealed slightly unsightly expressions towards Yan Yi when they thought up to this point. After all, Yan Yi was representing the ancient sword school right now. So, if he took the initiative to seek reconciliation, then it would be the sword school that lost face. The voice resounded once more from the sky. "What? Are you afraid now?" Yan Yi nodded. "I am." Clamorous noise resounded once more while Qindong and the others had gloomy expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "I'm afraid that once I kill all the disciples of your Tao order, your Tao order would act shamelessly and start sending Saint Realm experts to pursue and kill me. Alas! After all, I'm only at the Monarch Realm. How could I not feel afraid if your Tao order were to send saints after me?" Qindong and the other disciples of the ancient sword school were slightly stunned, and then they roared with laughter. Senior Brother Yang, you should just stop right now. The geniuses of the Tao Order would be annihilated if you continue. At that time, what would you do if the Tao Order acts desperately and sends saints after you? Exactly. Exactly. Let's stop right now. Let's go back to the sword school. Qindong grinned. Interesting. Indeed. Wu Yanzhong nodded with agreement. A long time passed before a voice came from the sky. Don't worry, saints aren't needed to deal with you. Come! The geniuses of my Tao Order are waiting for you. Meanwhile, one of the disciples of the sword school shouted. Everyone, I'm sure all of you heard that. The Tao Order won't send Saint Realm experts against Yang Yi. If they do break that promise, I hope that all of you can spread the word so that the world will know the true colors of the Tao Order. The others in the surroundings remained silent. There's no need for saints to kill him. And more than enough. Suddenly, the voice of a woman resounded, and then a woman walked slowly down the stairs. It's the Crimson Maiden, Fu Jingxian. Someone exclaimed from amidst the spectators. Wasn't she said to be in closed-door cultivation until she advances? What's she doing here? Chapter 874. A woman was walking down from the top of the stairs. Gorgeous and enchanting. She felt extremely gorgeous and enchanting to them at first glance. She had a beautiful appearance, brows that were shaped like willow leaves, eyes that were bewitching like the eyes of a fox, a jade-white complexion, and a curvaceous body. Especially those two large peaks before her chest. It seemed to be intentional as her clothes were quite low, and it exposed half of those peaks, and there was a deep ravine buried between the peaks. It was a woman who could make any man go mad. Of course, the reason she was described as enchanting was because she was completely crimson red. She had crimson red hair, brows, and even her eyes were a strange crimson red. Qindong had an unprecedentedly solemn expression on his face when he saw her, and he walked over to Yang Yi and said, She's Fu Jingxian. Her origins are mysterious, and she's extremely ruthless, especially to me. Someone once teased her in the past, and she annihilated the man's entire family. Moreover, not only is she ruthless, even her strength is extremely terrifying as well. She once killed a high-rank half-saint. Supposedly, even the protector of order fears her a little. Which one of you from the ancient sword school has come to challenge us? Quickly come forward so that I can kill you and return to cultivating. Fu Jingxian stood on the stairs with her eyes slightly closed, and her red hair fluttered with the wind. She seemed indescribably cold and proud. Yan Yi gazed at Fu Jingxian for a short while, and then he started walking towards her. Meanwhile, Qindong stopped him. Qindong gazed at Yang Yi and spoke in an extremely serious manner. Don't be careless, and flee if you're no match for her. Those old fellows won't blame you for that, and they won't just stand by idly and watch you get killed. Understand? Yan Yi's heart felt warm as he said, Don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi's figure flashed off and arrived before Fu Jingxian. Attack me or you probably won't have another chance. Fu Jingxian still didn't open her eyes. Yan Yi chuckled and said, Fu Jingxian, long time no see. Fu Jingxian's figure trembled violently when she heard this, and then she opened her eyes slowly. Her figure shook once more when she saw Yang Yi, and her eyes were filled with shock. You're still alive? You wished I did? Yang Yi joked. Had finally encountered a familiar face in this world, and so Yang Yi was in quite a good mood. Because besides being considered as an outsider, he had no sense of belonging here. Now, had finally met a familiar face, so it would be a lie if he said that he wasn't happy. Even if she could be considered to be his enemy right now. You! Fu Jingxian had an extremely complicated expression on her face. Yang Yi asked, Do you know how Xiao Yushi and the others are now? She glanced at him and said, They weren't with me, so I don't know. Yang Yi asked, Didn't all of you leave together? She shook her head. We were attacked by a mysterious force when we left Profounder Continent, and it separated us. But it didn't matter because we were almost out of Profounder Continent, so Xiao Yushi and the others should be in the Central Divine Prefecture. So that's why. Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at her. Looks like you're doing well here. I sense a very dangerous aura coming from you. Fu Jingxian replied. You seem to have become weaker. Yang Yi grinned. I really am slightly weaker than before. Fu Jingxian spoke in a low voice. What exactly happened on the continent? They died. Many people died. Yang Yi continued. Moreover, Profounder Continent doesn't exist anymore. Fu Jingxian fell silent, and so did Yang Yi. What the fuck are they doing? Why aren't they fighting? It can't be, right? They seem to be chatting? Could they know each other? Tsk. Could Yang Yi have fallen for her? After all, Fu Jingxian is a rare beauty. So not to mention Yang Yi, I think even a eunuch's heart would be moved by her. If Yang Yi really has fallen for her, then the ancient sword school is probably going to suffer a huge loss. Qingdong and the others frowned as well, because they were really worried about that possibility as well. There was a long period of silence between them before Fu Jingxian said, How did you get into conflict with the Tao Order? Yang Yi said, One of their disciples wanted to kill me, so I killed him. Then, they sent me a coffin. You should know my temper well. How could I possibly just jump in on my own accord? So, I destroyed the coffin. That really did cause a huge amount of problems to arise, and the Tao Order constantly sent its experts to kill me. In the end, I felt it was quite troublesome, so I came here myself to put an end to it all. Fu Jingxian gazed at him for a long time and said, This isn't Profounder Continent. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time as well before he chuckled. It's all the same to me. In the past, you were an existence that I had to look up to. Fu Jingxian spoke solemnly. Now, I'd like to find out if it's still the same. Yang Yi said, I'll kill you if you attack me. The corners of Fu Jingxian's eyelids twitched, and it didn't take long for everything about Yang Yi in the past to flash through her mind. Yang Yi took a deep breath and looked up into the sky. Fu Jingxian, out of consideration for the fact that we come from the same world, I'll waste my breath for a little bit longer. I know you've become very strong to the point that even I feel threatened. However, such a threat is nothing to me, honestly. Because I've seen something that was 1,000 or even tens of thousands times more dangerous than you. At this moment Yang Yi recalled the Eye of the Heaven Tao and the endless divine lightning of obliteration. After experiencing that day, any imposing aura and danger on this world was nothing to him. Even if it was the pressure and imposing aura from a saint. Yang Yi continued. I am quite a bit weaker than before, but trust me, if I'm willing to expose some things, then killing you would really not take too much effort. You can try if you don't believe me, but I guarantee that it'll definitely be the last battle you ever fight. He did consider their past relationship when facing her, but if she attacked him, then it meant that she was standing on the opposite side. In other words, she'd have chosen to be his enemy, and he never showed mercy to his enemies. Fu Jingxian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, You're still so overbearing, decisive, and confident like you were in the past. Did she fear Yang Yi? She naturally did. It should be said that no one from Profounder Continent didn't fear Yang Yi. Especially because she'd stayed by his side for some time, and she was quite familiar with his temper. Since Head said that he would kill her, she knew that he wasn't joking. Yang Yi said, I haven't changed, but you've changed quite a bit. Fu Jingxian asked. What's changed? Yang Yi said. You've become confident, much more confident than before. No matter what, congratulations on obtaining new life in this world. When he spoke up to this point, he looked up at the sky and said, You can send the next one now. Jingxian, what's going on? As soon as Yang Yi had finished speaking, a beautiful woman appeared by Fu Jingxian's side. Fu Jingxian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, I'm no match for him. Actually, she was still quite confident in her ability. After all, she wasn't the same Fu Jingxian anymore. However, she didn't want to fight Yang Yi. The beautiful woman gazed at Fu Jingxian for a short while before she asked, "Why? He's from the same place as me." Fu Jingxian spoke solemnly. "Master, if it's possible, then make peace with him." "Peace?" The beautiful woman shook her head and said, "That's impossible. Little girl, since you don't want to fight him, then head back and cultivate well. Let me see how monstrous someone from the lower dimensions is." Fu Jingxian glanced at Yang Yi before she turned around and left. "Needless to say, you're really not bad." She gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I understand Jingxian's temper very well, and she doesn't even take the protector of order seriously. However, I'm able to sense that she's quite fearful of you. I'm truly really curious. Exactly what sort of person are you?" Yang Yi said. "Do you want to hear the truth?" She said. "Go ahead." Yang Yi smiled. "If you knew of my past, then trust me, your Tao order would definitely stop at nothing to kill me, even if it has to fight desperately and take me down with it. Otherwise, your Tao order should make peace with me now." Her eyes narrowed slightly. She was about to say something when Yang Yi spoke once more. "Actually, I was exaggerating. I hope you didn't believe it." "Ha!" When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi walked towards the end of the cloud ascension stairs and said, "Since I've already passed 4 of the tests, it'll just overcome the 5, that's well. If you succeed, then I'll write a character to express my acknowledgement." The woman's voice resounded from behind him. "Writing from a saint? Ha ha! Not bad. Just wait then." Yang Yi roared with laughter as he entered the 5 thatist. The scene before him changed once more. There was a towering tree before him, and it stretched endlessly into the distance. Besides that, there was a green-robed old man seated cross-legged beneath the tree. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly when he saw the old man, because he noticed that he was actually unable to sense the old man. No, it should be said that he felt that the old man had completely fused with the heavens and the earth here. The old man was the heavens, and he was the earth as well. That was what Yang Yi felt. The green-robed old man suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at Yang Yi. The enlightened sword heart, perfection of sword intent in the past, the sword domain, 2 types of laws, a body comparable to a half-saint, and a foundation so solid that it's simply unprecedented. Moreover, there's a mysterious force concealing you from the workings of the heavens. What a young man! What a young man indeed! Unfortunately, you're an enemy of my Tao order." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 875. Yang Yi had an unprecedentedly solemn expression on his face. Because it had only taken the old man a single glance to see through all his secrets except the primordial pagoda. He's above the saint realm. That old man is definitely above the saint realm. Yang Yi suppressed the shock in his heart and spoke solemnly. "Senior, you're the founding ancestor of the Tao order?" The old man replied. "Your disposition isn't bad. You are still able to stay so calm and composed when I've exposed all your secrets. It's rare, truly rare. Unfortunately, it really is such a pity." When he spoke up to this point, the old man suddenly stood up and said, "While you're an enemy of my Tao order, it's destiny that brought us together here. So how about we do this? If you pass this test, then I'll bestow fortune upon you, but if you fail, then you'll stay here forever. Otherwise, my Tao order will definitely be destroyed at your hands. Senior, aren't you afraid that my ancient sword school would take revenge?" Yang Yi was quite regretful now. If he knew that the Tao order's founding ancestor resided in the 5 thatist, then he would absolutely not enter this place. Even though the old man wasn't the true body of the Tao order's founding ancestor, and was only just a strand of will, it was absolutely not something which he could resist. Perhaps the ancient sword school might fight my Tao order to the death if you were still alive. However, the old man continued, if you are dead, then trust me, they will absolutely not fight my Tao order to the death. Because no matter how monstrous you were, you are still dead. A dead genius is completely worthless. Since you're worthless, Then how could they possibly fight my Tao order to the death for your sake? Yang Yi fell silent because the old man was very right. If the old man killed him right now, then while the ancient sword school might attack, it would absolutely not fight the Tao order to the death. Of course, it would be a completely different situation if he was alive. The ancient sword school couldn't be blamed for that, and he could only blame himself for courting death. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short while and said, "Looks like I have no other choice?" "You really have no choice," the old man continued. "So are you ready?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "Come, let me see exactly what has been stopping the disciples of your Tao order for tens of thousands of years. It isn't anything great, and it's just a simple question. You have a single chance to answer it. Get it right, and you live. Get it wrong, and you'll die," said the old man. Yang Yi said, "Let's begin then." The old man's expression suddenly became serious as he said, "What's the Tao? What's the Tao?" Yang Yi's brows knit together, but it didn't take long for them to relax. After that, he clenched his fist and waved it. "This is the Tao." "You're quite confident," the old man said. "Unfortunately, a fist isn't the Tao. So you've lost." Yang Yi said, "There are a myriad of Taos throughout the world, and every person has his own Tao. How can you say that my fist isn't the Tao?" The old man said, "Then tell me why your fist is the Tao?" Yang Yi looked the old man in the eye and said, "When my fist is strong enough, then it's the Tao if I say it is. It's just that simple." The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he spoke. "But your fist doesn't seem to be strong enough," Yang Yi replied. "It'll grow stronger." The old man said, "What if others don't let it get stronger?" Yang Yi answered, "If the heavens stand in my way, then it'll slaughter the heavens. If the earth stands in my way, then it'll split the earth. If men stand in my way, then it'll kill them all. If all things in the world stand in my way, then it'll kill as I go until everything is destroyed. That is my Tao." The old man gazed at Yang Yi in silence for a very long time. Meanwhile, the profound energy within Yang Yi started circulating, and he was ready to immediately react if the old man made the slightest movement. His goal wasn't to kill the old man but to survive. Because the Saint Realm experts of the ancient sword school were definitely outside, and so long as he could survive for a few breaths of time, then it was very likely for him to survive. After all, the old man was only a strand of will, and it wasn't the Tao Order's founding ancestor's real body. A long time passed before the old man spoke again. "Your disposition really is suitable to cultivate in the sword," Yang Yi said. "Senior, you acknowledge my Tao?" The old man shook his head and said, "In the end, the Tao of slaughter isn't the right way. As the greater your intent to kill is, the more consumed you will be, and that would make it more and more difficult for you to break through into the Saint Realm in the future. Moreover, it won't just stop at the Saint Realm. Every single advancement you make will be many times more difficult than others." Yang Yi said, "Then you're prepared to kill me?" The old man shook his head again and said, "Even though the Tao of slaughter isn't the right way, it's still a Tao. But it's only your Tao. Since it's a Tao, then you've naturally passed this test. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word." When he spoke up to this point, the old man suddenly looked up towards the sky and said, "I have 2 inheritances to pass down. The one Steez called the 9 rebirth technique. Just as its name implies, it's equivalent to experiencing death 9 times. Of course, it isn't true death, and it's actually the process of destroying one's cultivation and regaining it." Destroying and regaining one's cultivation? Yang Yi had immediately decided not to cultivate the technique when he heard this. Because he really didn't want to relive the days where he was weak. The old man nodded and asked abruptly, "Do you know why I left those 5 tests behind?" Yang Yi said, "To choose outstanding geniuses for the Tao Order." The old man shook his head while a glimmer of recollection could be seen in his eyes. "When I was young, I wanted to change my fate, but I was rejected by all the sects of that time because of my natural talent. I was naturally unwilling to accept that, so from that moment onward, I exhausted all my time on cultivating, and I was much more hardworking than any other. If there were no resources to cultivate, then I would hunt demon beasts to earn it on my own. If I had no cultivation techniques, I created my own. If I had no combat techniques, I created my own as well. When he spoke up to this point, the old man grinned. 20 years later, not a single one of the extraordinary geniuses of those sects who rejected me were a match for me. I left those tests behind to give those without natural talent a chance. Because as far as I'm concerned, one can lack natural talent, but one can absolutely not lack willpower and tenacity. Yang Yi said, "What do you want to tell me from all of that?" The old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You have willpower, tenacity, and natural talent. Moreover, you're ruthless and decisive. If you live, then my Tao order will definitely be destroyed at your hands." Yan Yi's eyelids twitched, and he said, "Senior, you've spoken so much just to find an excuse to kill me? I wouldn't go so low." The old man continued, "Allow me to return the topic to where it was. The 9 rebirth technique is a technique I created all those years ago. While it's extremely dangerous to discard your cultivation and cultivate it once more, the gains you obtain would be enormous. Because every single time you cultivate again will transform your body and soul." Yan Yi asked, "Exactly what benefits does it provide?" The old man grinned. "If you discard your cultivation and cultivate once more for the once time, your body and soul will be at least 5 times stronger than before. The tune time will improve your body and soul by 10 times. Moreover, you'll obtain an undying body." "An undying body?" Yan Yi's eyes twitched slightly. "Isn't that what Qin Bufan and the others had?" The old man continued, "Of course, it's not a truly undying body, and no one can truly be immortal as well. The undying body I'm talking about is one where you can reconstruct your body if your soul still remains while your body has been destroyed. Conversely, if your body remains but your soul is destroyed, you can use your body to reconstruct your soul as well." Yan Yi was visibly moved. After all, it was extremely terrifying. Yan Yi asked, "What about the 3-year time?" The old man said, "Both the body and soul will be 20 times stronger, and your soul would be able to leave your body and travel the world." Yan Yi asked another question. "The 4th?" The old man said, "Both the body and soul would be improved by 40 times. Moreover, you'll break through the shackles of your body and merge into one with the world. You'll be part of the heavens and the earth, so you'll remain eternal while the heavens and the earth exist." Yan Yi spoke solemnly. "Isn't that eternal life?" "Eternal life?" The old man shook his head. "You must realize that there's an end to everything in this world, even the world itself." Yan Yi asked, "What about the 5th?" "The body and soul will break free of the shackles of the world and be capable of moving through the void. While the world might be destroyed, you will still remain eternal." The old man continued, "However, I'm not sure if it'll be like that." Yan Yi frowned. "What do you mean?" The old man replied, "Because I've only done it 4 times. Yan Yi's face instantly froze, and a long time passed before he spoke. "Didn't you say that you created this technique?" The old man nodded in response. "Indeed. However, the 4th rebirth and above are only based on my deductions, and I haven't had the chance to test it." Yan Yi asked, "Why didn't you?" The old man replied, "I face 2 problems. Firstly, my strength has already arrived at a certain extent, and I'm quite afraid of discarding it and starting once more. Because if my deductions were mistaken, then wouldn't I be finished? Secondly, I have quite a few enemies while many others are targeting me as well. If I were to try and cultivate again, then I'm certain that I'll die as soon as I discard my previous cultivation, and they will definitely not allow me to have the slightest chance at reincarnation." Yan Yi was speechless. The old man continued, "You'd attained the half-saint realm in the past. While you relied on external forces to attain it, it could actually be considered as the half-saint realm because your foundation is truly too solid. However, you're only at the monarch realm right now. In other words, if you start cultivating my 9 rebirth technique now, then your body and soul would improve by 5 times when you attain the half-saint realm." The corners of Yan Yi's eyes twitched slightly. It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't tempted. After all, If he cultivated it now and recovered his strength at the half-saint realm, then his body and soul would instantly become stronger by at least 5 times. Yang Yi asked after a long time passed. What's the price that I have to pay? The old man said. Why don't you look at my other technique first? Don't worry, it will absolutely not disappoint you. Moreover, it just happens to be suitable to you. If I can't accomplish your request, then looking at it would be completely useless. So, tell me what you want, said Yang Yi. The old man smiled. Actually, it's a good thing for you, Yang Yi said. Please go on. The old man gazed at him and spoke seriously. Be the next sect master of my Tao order. Chapter 876. Be the next sect master of the Tao order? Yang Yi was stunned. I didn't hear you wrongly, right? The old man nodded. Are you sure you're not joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Why? You should understand the reason. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he said. Firstly, the entire Tao order wishes for nothing more than to kill me, so do you think they would let me be their next sect master? It's naturally impossible if I'm dead. The old man continued. However, I'm not dead. While I'm not in this dimension, no one in the Tao order dares to go against my commands. Do you know why? It isn't merely because I created the Tao order, it's also because the Tao order would be instantly annihilated if it isn't for my presence. Understand? Yang Yi asked in a low voice. The other platinum rank sects have seniors standing behind them as well, right? The old man nodded. But all of us aren't in this dimension, and we're unable to easily interfere with the matters of this dimension. In short, if you agree, then the enmity between you and my Tao order will be resolved. Moreover, you can use all the resources of the Tao order. Yang Yi said. I refuse. Why? The old man's face turned slightly gloomy, and he said, Do you know that while you're a disciple of the ancient sword school, it won't let you be its next sword master? Yang Yi gazed at the old man and said, I once said that I wouldn't betray the sword school if it doesn't betray me. The sword school hasn't betrayed me, so how can I betray them? Yang Yi said. You'll lose a great deal if you make such a choice. Yang Yi replied. So what? The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, You know, I've wanted to kill you for 3 times since you arrived here. Yang Yi's heart shook as he hadn't expected the old man to really intend to kill him. The old man continued, The one time was when I first laid eyes on you. Your natural talent and potential could really be described with the word terrifying. But you're an enemy of my Tao order. So, I was prepared to eliminate you for the Tao order and prevent it from being destroyed by you. The reason I didn't kill you then was because I wanted to see where your limits were. The tune time was when I asked you what the Tao was. Your words shocked me a little, and it made me feel slightly fearful. Because I could foresee the price that my Tao order should have to pay if you were allowed to grow. The 3 Dan last time was when I asked you if you were willing to join my Tao order. You know, I really hoped that you would agree. Because so long as you agreed, then that mad old woman from the ancient sword school would kill you even if I don't. Unfortunately, you didn't agree. While I felt it was a pity, it allowed me to rest at ease as well. Because while you go to extremes, you have your own limits and principles which you live by, and that's something I really admire. So, when he spoke up to this point, the old man heaved a light sigh and said, You don't have to die, and the ancient sword school and Tao order don't have to fight to the death. Yang Yi said, But the Tao order clearly refuses to let me go. Let's talk about that later. The old man suddenly stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up. A moment of silence ensued before he slowly clenched his fist. His thumb was pressed against his index finger as he said, My other inheritance is a technique I created all those years ago. It's called the Divine Fist of Destruction. It's a peak saint rank technique. With the foundation that your physical body possesses, and if you're able to cultivate it to its peak, then its strength would definitely surpass saint rank techniques and attain the low grade of the divine rank. I'll execute it once now. Watch it well. As soon as he finished speaking, The old man suddenly smashed his fist towards the sky. Bang! Besides where Yang Yi and the old man stood, the space in an area of over 10 kilometers was instantly blasted into pieces. Moreover, Yang Yi even sensed that everything in the surroundings, including the spirit energy there, was being destroyed at an alarming rate. Space had shattered, the world had split apart, and spirit energy was drying up. How strong! Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a solemn expression in them. Besides the true Heavenrand, all his other sword techniques couldn't compare to this fist technique. Even the mortal sword or 20 overlapped Heavenrands couldn't compare to it. The old man withdrew his fist and said, "You must remember a single thing while executing that technique. You have to possess a domineering aura of supremacy. The stronger the aura is, the stronger the might of the punch would be. Perhaps such an aura would be a huge problem for anyone else, but it shouldn't be a problem for you. Because your aura is domineering enough." At this moment, Yang Yi finally understood why the old man said that the technique suited him. Besides the pretty good foundation his physical body had, it was also because he possessed an aura of supremacy. The old man said, "Where there are people, there is battle. The nobodies fight each other in small conflicts, the great figures fight huge wars, and we cultivators fight battles of life and death. The conflict between you and my Tao order will end here. The Tao order hasn't suffered a loss for many years, so it's quite arrogant, and uses hell's coffin for every small thing. If this continues, then it'll suffer greatly when it tries to march on the central divine prefecture in the future. They can just take it as a lesson this time." When he spoke up to this point, the old man flicked his finger, and a strand of white light shot into the center of Yang Yi's forehead. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to sense countless pieces of information surge into his mind. It was the 9 rebirth technique and the divine fist of destruction technique. Meanwhile, the old man flicked once more, and a spatial ring appeared before Yang Yi. He said, "This spatial ring is a symbol of status. No matter how bold they are, they won't dare to act against you while you have this ring in your possession. Alright, my mission is complete, and I should vanish now." When he spoke up to this point, the old man's figure gradually faded until he vanished completely. However, the scene around Yang Yi didn't vanish once the old man vanished. A figure suddenly appeared not too far away from him, but that figure was completely covered in a layer of white light. So, he wasn't able to discern the figure's appearance, and he could merely discern from the figure's build that it belonged to a woman. Yang Yi's heart shook because this illusion had been created by the old man, yet the woman before him had actually been able to enter this world created by the old man. In other words, she was at the same level as the old man. The mysterious woman spoke abruptly. "Do you know the true reason why he didn't kill you?" Yang Yi spoke with embarrassment. "He admires me." "What nonsense!" She spoke angrily. "He changed his treatment of you because I fucking arrived here. Otherwise, you would have died a long time ago. Don't think he looked so kind and amiable. He's a ruthless and horrifying old geezer." Yang Yi asked. "You're a senior from the ancient sword school? You aren't that stupid." She grunted coldly. "That old kid, Jian Wuchen, didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own lifespan to contact me, and he said that I had to send a strand of my spirit down to this world to save you. I didn't intend to come. After all, I've lived for so many years, so what sort of genius have I not seen? However, that fellow, Jian Wuchen, actually dared to threaten me with leading the ancient sword school to fight the Tao order to the death. That made me quite curious about exactly who was able to make such a steady and composed fellow like Jian Wuchen stop at nothing to protect." Yang Yi's heart felt slightly warm when he heard this. Because the ancient sword school had never given up on him, and it was even going to fight the Tao order to the death for him. "Now you've met me," Yang Yi continued. "So do you feel that you're lucky to have come, or the ancient sword school would lose an extraordinary genius? You're really quite thick-skinned," the woman continued. "No matter what, you're not bad, and I didn't come here for nothing. However, your character is definitely one that will cause a huge amount of trouble. Remember this. You can cause trouble, but choose your opponents well, and don't offend those fellows who can instantly kill you. Like that old bastard from before." Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to save you in time. In short, don't cause too much trouble. Yan Yi asked. What if someone offends me? She replied. Then fight him. What are you keeping your sword for? Yan Yi asked again. What if it's one of those living fossils? Run! What if I can't escape? Are you looking for a beating? Yan Yi was speechless. The woman stayed silent for a moment before she said, Actually, I didn't want you to join my ancient sword school when I heard your conversation with that old bastard. Because once you do, you might bring great luck to my ancient sword school and even lead it to become a diamond rank sect. However, you might bring calamity upon my ancient sword school as well. Moreover, it might not just be the sword school, even I might be dragged down by you. So, you can be considered as a double-edged blade. Yang Yi fell silent because she was absolutely right. Not to mention anything else, he would definitely fight Sky Divine Hall. At that time, it was very likely for it to make the Ancient Sword School become enemies with Sky Divine Hall. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, I can withdraw if you don't want me to join the Sword School. I won't blame anyone for that. What nonsense! She suddenly shouted angrily. Do I look like I'm fucking terrified of trouble? The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched. She really has quite an explosive temper. The woman continued. It was those words you spoke in the end which changed my mind. You said that you wouldn't betray the sword school if it doesn't betray you. Very good. At least you act like a man. They'll say something to you as well. My sword school won't betray you if you don't betray it. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure shook slightly, and then she vanished from Yan Yi's field of vision. At the same time, the surroundings started transforming and returning to normal. Yan Yi, past the five thatist, where is the Tao Order going to put its face now? Someone suddenly exclaimed from amidst the spectators. Chapter 877. The Test of the Tao. Since the Tao Order had been established, no one had ever passed that test. Yet now, it had been overcome by a disciple of the Tao Order's sword enemy. At this moment, it wasn't just the members of the ancient sword school who were shocked, even the members of the Tao Order were shocked. Countless disciples of the Tao Order had suddenly appeared beneath the stairs, and just like the disciples of the sword school and all the other countless cultivators here, their gazes had descended onto Yan Yi. Taoist Gu and two more Saint Realm experts were standing on Yan Yi's sides while Fu Jingxin's master, a gray-robed old man, and a black-robed old man stood before them. Taoist Gu and the old men had solemn expressions on their faces, and they seemed vigilant as if they were facing a formidable enemy. On the other hand, the three from the Tao Order had gloomy expressions while they stared fixedly at Yang Yi. The atmosphere here was quite tense and slightly heavy. What did Yan Yi's passage through the five thatis represent? It represented that Yan Yi's natural talent and strength might be the most terrifying throughout the Tao Order and only second to the founding ancestor of the Tao Order. In other words, if Yang Yi were to continue growing, then the Tao Order would definitely have a peerless expert as its enemy in the future. Anyone with the slightest bit of wisdom would be aware that enemies, and especially enemies with extremely great potential, should be killed before they could grow. The Tao Order understood that principle, and so did the ancient sword school. So, Taoist Gus group seemed like they were facing a powerful enemy, because it was very likely for the Tao Order to stop at nothing to kill Yan Yi. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man who led the group from the Tao Order suddenly gazed at Yan Yi, and there was a trace of complicated emotions in his eyes. Why? Why do you just happen to be a disciple of the ancient sword school? Why did you have to be an irreconcilable enemy of my Tao Order? Forget it, it's meaningless now. When he spoke up to this point, the black-robed old man waved his right hand. Forbidden eradication formation! The black-robed old man's voice resounded through the sky. Taoist Gu and the others' expressions changed when they heard this, and Taoist Gu roared furiously. Take him and go! As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked with his finger, and a huge sword tore through the sky and instantly arrived before the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man suddenly made a tearing motion towards the space before him, and he tore the huge sword into two. While the sword had shattered, endless threads of sword energy erupted from within it, and the sword energy instantly enveloped the black-robed old man and the others. Meanwhile, the other two old men immediately grabbed Yang Yi and were about to leave once Taoist Gu spoke. However, their expressions changed abruptly because a huge pitch-black barrier of light had suddenly appeared around them. There was a dense expanse of strange symbols glowing on the pitch-black barrier, and they were accompanied by all sorts of strange demon beasts as well. The old men revealed extremely solemn expressions when they saw the pitch-black barrier of light. Meanwhile, the countenances of countless disciples of the ancient sword school and the spectating cultivators had turned ghastly pale because even an idiot knew what the Tao order was planning. While the saints fight, the commoners suffer. Bang! Suddenly, a huge explosion resounded as the black-robed old man was instantly blasted backwards by the threads of sword energy. However, the threads of sword energy didn't vanish and returned to Taoist Gu instead. "All of you won't be able to escape!" As soon as the black-robed old man finished speaking, two more old men appeared here, and they were saints as well. There were a total of 5 saints on the Tao Order's side. Taoist Gu spoke solemnly. "Looks like your Tao Order intends to fight desperately." The black-robed man pointed at Yang Yi and said, "He must die, even if your ancient sword school and my Tao Order must go to war." Yang Yi's talent had even aroused fear in the higher-ups of the entire Tao Order. If the ancient sword school were to foster him with its full strength, then Yang Yi would definitely become an existence who destroyed the balance between their sects in the future. At that time, it would be the time of the Tao Order's destruction. So, the higher-ups had unanimously decided that Yang Yi had to die. Taoist Gu spoke solemnly. "Once our sects enter into war, both our sects will definitely suffer severe losses. If he doesn't die, then it might be my Tao Order that suffers severe losses in the future." The black-robed man continued. "I know that you're trying to delay. But you should be aware that the forbidden eradication formation was left behind by the founding ancestor of my Tao Order, and it can kill saints. So, even Jian Wuchen wouldn't be able to break through this formation in a short period of time." As he spoke, the 5 of them surrounded Taoist Gu and the others from all directions, and all of their gazes had descended onto Yang Yi. So long as the black-robed old man gave the order, they would use their full strength to kill Yang Yi. Not to mention that Taoist Gu only had a total of 3 saints on his side including himself. They couldn't stop these 5 saints from killing Yang Yi even if 3 more saints came. Right when they were about to attack, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Do you know what the 5 Taoist was like?" The black-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Yang Yi grinned. "I encountered an old man. He said I was very pleasing to the eye, so he gave me something." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi withdrew the spatial ring that the Tao Order's founding ancestor had given him, and he said, "It's this. Do all of you recognize it?" The black-robed old man and the others were stunned and filled with disbelief when they saw it. How could that be possible? How could that be possible? How could the founding ancestor have possibly given that ring to you? How could that be possible? The black-robed old man's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, and it was the same for the other 4 saints from the Tao Order. "So all of you know what it is?" Yang Yi grinned. "Can you tell me what it is?" "Because he didn't tell me what it was when he gave it to me." The black-robed old man suddenly made a gesture, and then black spatial ring flew into his grasp. He gazed at it for a short while before he took a deep breath, and then he flicked it back to Yang Yi. "What else did he tell you?" Yang Yi smiled. "Nothing much. He just asked me to be the next sect master of the Tao Order." It wasn't just the black-robed old man and the others whose expressions changed upon hearing this. Even the members of the ancient sword school had a similar reaction. Especially Taoist Gu's group of 3. Their gazes descended onto Yang Yi as they wanted to see if Yang Yi was joking. The black-robed old man remained silent for a long time before he said, "What was your answer?" "I refused, of course." Yang Yi continued, "Because I told him that numerous people in the Tao Order want to kill me." So, wouldn't I be leaping into a pit of flames by trying to be your next sect master? Taoist Gu and the others instantly heaved sighs of relief when they heard Yang Yi, and the black-robed old man's group heaved sighs of relief as well. Yang Yi suddenly sighed. That old geezer said that so long as I have this ring, then no one in the Tao order would dare to act against me. But now it would seem like he was just talking nonsense. How dare you! The black-robed old man suddenly roared furiously. But he seemed to have thought of something and calmed himself, and then he tried his best to make his voice sound gentler as he said, He's the founding ancestor of my Tao order, and he's your. In short, please be respectful towards him. Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, Did I say something wrong? Looks like he was just exaggerating. So, it's pointless to keep this ring anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi casually tossed the ring away, and it dropped down from midair. The expressions of the black-robed old man and the others changed. The black-robed old man stretched out his hand and gestured, and the ring instantly flew into his grasp. He gazed at Yang Yi and was clearly quite furious, but he didn't flare up, and he spoke in with a gentle expression on his face instead. Since the founding ancestor gave it to you, then keep it well. Don't worry, from this moment onwards, the enmity between you and my Tao order is a matter of the past. Really? Asked Yang Yi. The black-robed man quickly nodded. Of course. Yang Yi said. All right, then I guess I have no choice but to keep it. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and the spatial ring instantly flew into his grasp. The black-robed old man and the others heaved slight sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, Right, the old man told me one more thing. What? The black-robed man and the others immediately revealed solemn expressions. Yang Yi continued, Nothing much. He just said that I can ask the Tao order if I need anything. Right, I just happen to be quite poor. So, I'd like to borrow 1,000,000 extreme great energy stones from you. Don't worry, I guarantee to return it. The expressions of the black-robed man and the others instantly became unsightly. The beautiful woman spoke abruptly. Kid! That's enough. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, Right, didn't you say that you would give me your writing if I passed the 5 Thatist? As a Saint Realm expert, you wouldn't go back on your word, right? The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and then she said, How could I possibly do that? However, I don't have the time to write for you right now. How about I write it for you if you're still alive 10,000 years from now? Yang Yi gave her a thumbs up and said, Nice. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at the black-robed old man and said, Don't tell me you don't even have 1,000,000 extreme great energy stones. Or perhaps that old man was lying? If that's the case, then what's the point of keeping this ring? They'll give it back to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked it back to the black-robed old man. The corners of their mouths twitched incessantly. Quite some time passed before the black-robed old man took a deep breath, and then he flicked the ring back to Yang Yi and said, What are you talking about? Since the founding ancestor said that, then how could we possibly not obey him? There are 1,000,000 extreme great energy stones in here, just take it as our gift to you. You don't have to return it. If it was possible, he naturally hoped that Yang Yi would return it, but the problem was, would Yang Yi do that? Would he? As far as the black-robed old man was concerned, that shameless fellow who was using the name of their founding ancestor would absolutely not do that. How could I possibly just take it? Yang Yi seemed rather troubled, and he struggled for a long time before he said, All right. Since it's an expression of your kind intentions, then I'll take it. As he spoke, he put the spatial ring away and said, We're leaving now. Take care. The expression on the black-robed old man's face was quite interesting as he spoke these words. Yang Yi grinned, and he was about to turn around and leave. However, a voice suddenly resounded from afar. You're leaving just like that? It's the protector of order. Someone exclaimed from amidst the crowd. Chapter 878. The Protector of Order. Countless people were shocked. There were 5 top geniuses amongst the younger generation of Pine Prefecture. They were the ancient sword school's Lu Weiner, the Tao Order's protector of order, the endless devil sex void lord, the ocean of clouds academy's Shangguan Yuhai, and sky divine hall's Lu Qian Shao. They were considered the representatives of the prefecture's younger generation. They were the true geniuses favored by the heavens, and they were the young people who stood at the peak of the prefecture beneath saints. Yan Yi turned around and looked over, and he saw a young man standing in the sky. The man seemed to be just around the age of 20. He wore green clothes, had hair that hung loosely to his shoulders, and the hair on his temples were slightly gray. It was like a snowflake that studded his hair. Besides that, the young man had an aura that was deep like an ocean, and his strength was unfathomable. That was what Yang Yi felt at this moment. It really is the protector of order, it really is him. He actually showed himself. Presently, the members of the Tao Order have either lost or died, and it would really be unable to regain any face if he didn't show himself. Who do all of you think is stronger amongst them? The protector of order. It's definitely the protector of order. I think the protector of order is stronger as well. Yan Yi is only at the monarch realm in the end, but the protector of order is at the half-saint realm. So, how could Yan Yi be a match for him? While Yan Yi can surmount his realm of cultivation, the protector of order can do the same. So, Yang Yi will definitely lose if they fight now. ID thought that Lu Weiner was the only one in the ancient sword school who's worthy of being my opponent, but now it would seem like there's one more. You've come to slap my Tao Order in the face, but how can it be considered as a true slap to the face if you don't fight me, Qing Daofu? Qing Daofu gazed at Yang Yi and said, So, shall we fight? Taoist Gu spoke in a low voice. You're at the half-saint realm. Daofu, let them go! The black-robed old man spoke with a trace of helplessness and unwillingness in his voice. Qing Daofu shook his head and said, While he's the one that the founding ancestor chose to inherit his mantle, he isn't a member of my Tao Order. Since he came to slap my Tao Order in the face, then as a member of the Tao Order, I have to regain that lost face from my Tao Order. When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, I'm a mid-rank half-saint, but you're at the monarch realm, so it wouldn't be fair to fight you. How about we determine the outcome with a single move? It's my loss if you can resist a single move of mine, alright? One move! One move! One move! One move! Countless disciples of the Tao Order roared fiercely from the ground below. Their voices were quite hysterical, and they seemed as if they wanted to vent the grievance they experienced earlier. All the disciples of the ancient sword school gazed at Yang Yi, and the intent to fight could be seen in their eyes. Countless cultivators were looking at Yang Yi. If Qing Daofu asked for a battle of life and death, then they would understand and accept Yang Yi's refusal, and they would even look down upon Qing Daofu. After all, he was a mid-rank half-saint, and that was more than an entire realm above Yang Yi. However, Qing Daofu hadn't asked for a life-and-death battle, and he merely wanted Yang Yi to resist a single move from him. If Yang Yi still didn't dare agree when it was just a single move, then everything had accomplished until now would be in vain. Because everyone would say that Yang Yi didn't even dare to face a single move from the protector of order. Yang Yi grinned as all of them watched, and he said, Not to mention one move, so what even if it's 10 or 100? Oem. The blood of countless disciples from the ancient sword school boiled, and then countless sword howls resounded throughout the surroundings and shot into the sky. Good! As expected of my disciple! Taoist Gus' blood couldn't help but boil as well. The other two old men by Taoist Gus' side nodded slightly. It wasn't just the three saints from the ancient sword school, even the black-robed old man and the others in the distance had expressed their approval in their hearts, and there was a trace of admiration in their eyes. If their identities were disregarded, then Yang Yi really was very outstanding, and he could be said to not be inferior to Qing Daofu at all. At this moment, they faintly understood why Yang Yi had been able to obtain their founding ancestors' inheritance. Qing Daofu nodded when he heard Yang Yi and said, So you've agreed? Yang Yi shook his head and said, If we fight and you win, then you'll regain face for your Tao Order. But if I win, I gain nothing. because I've already gained face from my ancient sword school. So I can accept your challenge, but you must prepare compensation that's capable of making me accept the challenge. Kid, are you a slave to wealth? The beautiful woman from the Tao Order couldn't help but speak in a low voice. Yang Yi shrugged and said, It can't be helped. I've been poor to the point I'm afraid of it. When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at the black-robed old man and said, 1,000,000 extreme-grade energy stones. Give me 1,000,000 extreme-grade energy stones and I'll resist a move of his. If you don't, then I'm leaving. Moreover, once I do, it'll be quite difficult for your Tao Order to regain its lost honor. So, you must think this through. The reason he was extorting the Tao Order was actually just as Head said. He was very poor. While his meridians had been repaired, the tiny vortex still hadn't returned to normal. He knew that it would need a huge amount of violet profound energy to recover, and that would require a huge amount of energy stones. He didn't know the exact amount that would be needed to restore the tiny vortex to its prior state, but he had no doubt that it was absolutely an enormous amount. So, he had to do all he could to obtain even more extreme-grade energy stones. How about we do this? Qing Daofu suddenly said. Well, give you 1,000,000 extreme-grade energy stones if you're able to resist an attack of mine, and you'll get nothing if you fail. All right? Yang Yi replied. All right. Actually, Yang Yi knew that he had to resist a move from Qing Daofu no matter what. Because it was the Tao Order's last chance to regain its lost face. If he refused, then it would definitely bury a potential cause for future trouble. After all, it was the Tao Order's last chance to regain its lost honor, so while it might not seek revenge from him in the open, would it not do so in secret? Or perhaps countless geniuses of the Tao Order would come to challenge him in the future? If he couldn't resist Qing Daofu's attack, then the Tao Order would naturally be able to regain some of its lost honor, and it would be equivalent to having an out from the situation. But once he succeeded, it would be equivalent to telling the Tao Order that he could fight Qing Daofu, and the Tao Order had to either abandon its intentions to seek revenge or get an existence who was even stronger than Qing Daofu to challenge him. No matter which path the Tao Order chose, it would spare him from a huge amount of trouble. Taoist Gu hesitated for a moment when he heard Yang Yi agree to it, and then he said, Are you confident? He would naturally be confident in Yang Yi's ability if it was someone in the same realm of cultivation. However, Qing Daofu was an entire realm above Yang Yi. While it was just a single move, it was exactly why he couldn't rest at ease. Because while Qing Daofu wouldn't use his strongest attack, he would definitely not hold back either. Yang Yi grinned. Will the sect reward me for succeeding? Kid! You really are a slave to wealth. Taoist Gu chuckled. Don't worry, there definitely will be rewards. I'll forge a sword chest for you if you succeed, a sword chest that's made specially for you. Don't worry, it will definitely not be lower than the saint rank. Then it's decided. Yang Yi grinned as he looked towards Qing Daofu. Come! Let me see how strong the so-called geniuses of this world are. Had met many geniuses since he arrived in the Radiant Dimension, but to be honest, not a single one was worthy of him taking them seriously. Qing Daofu was one of the top geniuses in Pine Prefecture, and he was equally famous as the young Hall Master of Sky Divine Hall. So, Yang Yi wanted to see exactly how strong the top geniuses of Pine Prefecture were. After all, according to Mu Hanzhan, even in Nanjing was slightly inferior to that young Hall Master right now. Taoist Gu and the others immediately stepped back. After that, Taoist Gu and the black-robed old man exchanged glances before they waved their hands, and the space around Yang Yi and Qing Daofu was instantly fortified by their joint strength. At the same time, an extremely thick spatial wall appeared around Yang Yi and Qing Daofu. Qing Daofu was a half-saint, so his strength could tear through space with ease, whereas Yang Yi's strength could crush space with ease as well. So, a collision between them could definitely cause the surrounding space to collapse, and it would definitely affect the spectators if they didn't seal up the space around Yang Yi and Qing Daofu. Moreover, even the mountains around the Tao Order's territory might be affected as well. Come! Let me see exactly how great you are! As soon as Qing Daofu finished speaking, he waved both his hands. In an instant, the world dimmed down as a thick layer of jet-black clouds enveloped the sky above. Silver light flickered incessantly within the jet-black clouds, and it was an extremely astonishing sight. At the same time, a gale suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Its gusts were sharp like blades, and they sliced the spatial walls and the surroundings to the point it trembled. Besides that, fine droplets of rain had suddenly started to descend from the sky. It was only just a drizzle in the beginning, but it didn't take long for it to grow stronger until it raged through the surroundings. However, the most astonishing sight was the waves of flame that had appeared in the sky. The flames covered half the sky, and they formed a striking contrast with the jet-black clouds. The mid-grade Saint Rank 4-element technique! A trace of excitement flashed through the black-robed old man's eyes. I never expected him to have succeeded at cultivating it. He truly is an astonishing genius. Once it's cultivated to the advanced stage, it can use the energy of wind, rain, and lightning. It's equivalent to the might of the heaven Tao. Ha! Good! Very good! At this moment, the black-robed old man's eyes were filled with confidence, and it was like Qing Daofu was bound to win. As for Taoist Gu and the others, their expressions had turned solemn, and they were on guard and prepared to act at any moment. Yan Yi had a solemn expression on his face as well. While this technique didn't carry the energy of the laws, it was even more terrifying than the laws of speed, because it was capable of posing a threat to his sword domain. If he activated his sword domain to resist it, then even if the sword domain didn't collapse, he would still lose some of his lifespan. Crackle! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore through the clouds and descended before Qing Daofu. Qing Daofu stretched out his hand and grabbed the bolt of lightning that was still connected to the clouds above, and the powerful force it possessed caused his hair to flutter, while a trace of ferocity and madness could be seen in his eyes. Yan Yi! Take this! Qing Daofu's voice resounded. In an instant, the world dimmed down. Chapter 879. As soon as Qing Daofu spoke, the wind, flames, and rain here instantly formed a huge dragon. The dragon was almost 3 kilometers long, and it laid across the sky while emanating an aura capable of destroying the world. Swish! Qing Daofu suddenly waved his right hand, and the bolt of lightning in his grasp instantly struck the dragon. The lightning immediately fused into the dragon, and formed countless fine scales all around it. At this moment, the aura it emanated grew even more terrifying. It was truly an aura of absolute destruction. All the spectators watched this scene with astonishment. Obviously, they'd been shocked by it. While all of them knew that Qing Daofu was one of the 5 top geniuses of the prefecture, very few had witnessed his strength in battle. Now, they'd witnessed it, and it had completely exceeded their imagination. Because it didn't seem like the strength of a single person, it seemed like the energy of nature that came from the heaven Tao. Taoist Gu and the others frowned slightly as well. Because even many high-rank half-saints wouldn't be able to execute such an attack. So, it made them wonder how Yang Yi would resist it. Lend me your swords! Yang Yi's voice suddenly resounded, and then the swords of countless disciples from the ancient sword school shot up into the air and arrived in the sky above Yang Yi. In an instant, rays of light flashed through the surroundings while sword energy suffused the area. The brows of Taoist Gu and the others were pressed together even more tightly because it was utterly impossible for Yan Yi to rely on those swords to stop Qing Daofu's attack. Unless his sword intent had been restored to the 3 level of the heaven rank, otherwise, even 10,000 swords wouldn't make a difference. There was worry in the eyes of everyone from the ancient sword school because they were similarly clearly aware that it was utterly impossible for Yan Yi to resist Qing Daofu's attack with those swords alone. What's he trying to do? Qin Dong's brows were knit tightly together while bewilderment could be seen in his eyes. Everyone watched with bewilderment as Yang Yi suddenly pointed his finger at the dragon, and then countless rays of light shot forward. Meanwhile, his figure followed those swords and charged towards the dragon as well. Roar! The dragon roared under Qing Daofu's command, and then it carried a terrifying aura capable of obliterating the world as it smashed down towards Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, space instantly started surging and rippling. It was a truly astonishing sight. Suddenly, a mysterious force appeared here. The sword domain. The expressions of the black-robed old man and the others from the Tao order changed slightly. They saw countless rays of light cover Yang Yi, and they were utterly unable to sense Yang Yi's presence because the sword domain had isolated him from the outside world. Qing Daofu suddenly cried out involuntarily. How could that be possible? As soon as his voice resounded, the expressions of everyone here had changed. Because Qing Daofu's dragon was actually dispersing at an alarming rate, and it took less than a breath of time for the huge dragon which was formed from 4 elements to vanish in the sky. Everyone here was flabbergasted, and it even included Taoist Gus group and the black-robed old man's group. The light from those swords dispersed and Yang Yi's figure appeared before their eyes. At this moment, there were slight changes to Yang Yi's appearance. His countenance was ghastly pale and seemed like he had lost all his blood. Moreover, just like Qing Daofu, the hair hanging down from his temples had actually turned slightly white. How powerful! Yang Yi touched his hair while a solemn expression filled his eyes. Just like when he had killed Wan Yin-yang, Yang Yi had first utilized the sword domain to isolate himself from the outside world, and then utilized the decay laws. As expected, even that huge dragon hadn't been able to avoid being decayed by the decay laws. However, he suffered from backlash. Because the energy contained within the huge dragon was too powerful, so it had caused Yang Yi's sword domain to be impacted to a certain extent. That impact caused him to lose almost 100 years of his lifespan. Moreover, he suffered backlash as well when his decay laws collided with the energy contained within the dragon. It was the first time he realized that even the energy of the laws wasn't invincible. When a force arrived at a certain level, then not to mention the energy of the laws, it could even pose a threat to a domain. Of course, the main reason was that the gap in their cultivations was quite huge. If they were at the same realm of cultivation, then Qing Daofu's attack would have definitely been incapable of posing a threat to his sword domain and decay laws. All in all, his cultivation was still too low. A low cultivation wouldn't affect the outcome too much when facing ordinary geniuses, but he was definitely at a disadvantage when facing someone at Qing Daofu's level. Qing Daofu asked solemnly, "How did you do it?" Taoist Gu and the others gazed at Yang Yi as well, because they wanted to know the answer as well. After all, Yang Yi had dispersed Qing Daofu's attack without making a single sound. While it seemed like he had paid a certain price, it was still quite terrifying and mysterious. It made them wonder exactly what he had utilized to accomplish that. Yang Yi replied, "Give me 10 million extreme-grade energy stones and I'll tell you, alright?" The corners of the black-robed old man and the others' mouths twitched, and they were almost unable to stop themselves from slapping Yang Yi to death. As for the members of Taoist Gus group, they shook their heads and thought inwardly, "Isn't that fellow a little too greedy?" Qing Daofu glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I lost." When he spoke up to this point, he flicked a spatial ring over to Yang Yi before turning around with the intention of leaving. Yang Yi suddenly said, "Wait. What?" Qing Daofu continued, "I lost, not the Tao order. So you can insult me if you want. It has nothing to do with the Tao order." The black-robed old man and the others gazed at Yang Yi as well, and they had quite hostile expressions on their faces. Yang Yi said, "You didn't lose." Qing Daofu and the others were quite stunned by this, and then Qing Daofu turned around and looked at Yang Yi as he said, "What do you mean?" Yang Yi replied, "You merely executed a single move, and I only overcame one move. How could that be considered as your loss? How about we consider it as a tie? We can have a truly fair match when I attain the half-saint realm in the future, alright?" No matter why the founding ancestor of the Tao order had passed his inheritance to Yang Yi had benefited from it, and had avoided a huge amount of trouble. So, he didn't mind giving the Tao order a way out of the situation. After all, if news were to spread that Qing Daofu had lost to him, then the Tao order's reputation would definitely fall to rock bottom. Even if he didn't do it for the Tao Order, he had to do it for the founding ancestor of the Tao Order. Moreover, Qing Daofu really hadn't lost to him. The black-robed old man and the others were stunned when they heard Yang Yi, and then they exchanged glances and saw bewilderment in each other's eyes. They seemed to have never expected Yang Yi to actually act in this way. After all, so long as news of Qing Daofu's defeat was to spread, then he would definitely become the most dazzling genius throughout the prefecture. Moreover, his status in the ancient sword school would skyrocket, and the sword school would attach great importance to him. However, had chosen to do this instead. Daoist Gu and the others were extremely puzzled and bewildered as well. Qing Daofu asked. Why? Yang Yi replied. No reason. Just as I said, you really didn't lose to me. If we were to fight now, then it would mostly end with my loss. I know that the Tao Order wants to regain its lost honor, and you can. So, let's fight once I attain the half-saint realm, alright? However, I hope the Tao Order doesn't continue sending people to look for trouble with me during that period. If you don't look for trouble with me, then I would naturally do the same. When he spoke up to this point, he indicated that Daoist Gu should tear open the spatial walls around them. As soon as Daoist Gu did that, he spoke loudly. Qing Daofu, you really do deserve your reputation. Yang Yi wasn't a pedantic person. Not only did he feel that reputation was useless to him, he even felt that it was a burden. So, had never attached importance to reputation. Of course, the reason he treated the Tao Order like this was mainly because of its founding ancestor. The old man had given him such a gift, so he truly couldn't bear to continue humiliating the Tao Order. He was such a person. If one gave him face, then he would give them face. But if someone didn't give him face, then he would crush that person. As expected of the protector of order, Qing Daofu. Even someone proud like Yang Yi is respectful to him. After all, Yang Yi crushed all the other members of the Tao Order like dogs. Of course, Qing Daofu is one of the 5 great geniuses of the prefecture. While Yang Yi is an extraordinary genius, he's still too young. Perhaps he might be able to fight Qing Daofu if he's given a few more years. Indeed, the 5 top geniuses of the prefecture would be 6 if Yang Yi is given a little bit more time. The black-robed old man and the others had much better expressions on their faces when they looked at Yang Yi now. Qing Daofu was the representative of the Tao Order's younger generation, and he was like their pillar of mental support. If even he lost, then it would definitely be a huge blow to the Tao Order. While Qing Daofu hadn't really lost to Yang Yi and had only executed a single move, but Qing Daofu was an entire realm higher than Yang Yi. Under such circumstances, since Yang Yi had resisted Qing Daofu's attack, then strictly speaking, it was considered as Qing Daofu's loss. So, Yang Yi saying that and acting in such a way caused the black-robed old man and the others to be unable to help but feel a trace of gratefulness. Qing Daofu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "Well, fight when you attain the half-saint realm." He turned around and left once he finished speaking. The black-robed old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he turned around and left with the others. Yang Yi gazed at Daoist Gu and said, "Let's head back to the sword school." He had a few million extreme-grade energy stones now, and he had both the Herculean sword and the divine fist of destruction which had just learned. He had to organize all of this as soon as possible, and then improve his strength as quickly as he could. After all, he hadn't forgotten that in Nanjing and Mu Han's Han were waiting for him. Daoist Gu nodded. Suddenly he looked up towards the sky and said, "That little girl Lu Weiner is here." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light flashed, and then a woman arrived here. "Senior Sister Lu." Besides Daoist Gu and the others, all the other disciples of the sword school bowed slightly to the woman and spoke respectfully. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.